Last we left our heroes, you were undertaking some much-needed downtime in festive revelry. That wonderful time of the year had come, and though Deep Winter's Day had passed while you adventured within the astral sea, you celebrated nonetheless in the keep outside Arendelle that you'd been granted for your heroic actions long ago. Gathering the last minute items, family and friends together, you settled in for a fantastic feast. Some gifts were exchanged, and the night came to a close happily and quietly. With just shy of a fortnight before you're expected back in Mephistar and roughly 4 weeks until the next full moon over Casterion, you have time to yourselves to do with as you please. Though you are owed this time to relax, and you still know there are relics to be claimed, preparations for the fourth seal, and the ominous third part to Mephistopheles' plan to cut down the King of Hell, all on the horizon. We begin the morning after your makeshift Deep Winter's Day. The keep is warm, though the sounds of a blustery winter's day beyond the stone walls greet you. And as you all begin to make your way to the great room and dining hall below for breakfast, you find that most of your adventuring party and family and friends are there, though decidedly missing are Lavender and Baldora.
Anyone know where they went to?
I just assumed that they found Alana this morning.
No, I didn't see them.
Yeah. I happened to be with Brawley this morning, and yeah, we didn't see.
Right.
What?
Hmm?
Let's go to their room. Let's go to their room and see what they did. Maybe they're still asleep.
Quickly
Maybe
making your way up into their room, for those of you who do decide to go. As you open the door, immediately you see that the room is empty, though it has been rapidly and beautifully decorated with the gift of Mary's creative, just here's all the stuff you would ever want, Lavender, go fucking nuts. And she did in fact. However, as you open the door, immediately there's just this kind of lavender colored ball of light that just puffs and pops, and in this kind of spray of almost like dust mites around, you watch as it begins to kind of shift and sound begins to emanate.
What is this thing? I just figured out this thing that I could actually put some magic and some words into this glowing ball thing. Valentine, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to figure it out, but I mean, if you're hearing it right now, you probably figured it out. Anyways, this is Lavender, and sometimes I get nervous when I'm leaving messages because I kind of tend to ramble, but I'm usually so succinct in real life, so you're probably like, this is a lot. Anyways, let me get to the point. I was talking to Baldora in my room. By the way, Mary, it looks so amazing after we redecorated it from the whole gift giving thing. That was such a nice gift. Oh my God, Lavender, get the point. I was talking to Baldora, and she was telling me that after we had a sleepover, so we were talking to each other, right? And so I told her everything that Jinx told me, and then she said, oh my God, I think that back in Hammerstock, we have some information about that place. So I was thinking, and then you guys are just going to get those relics and stuff. And while that's really cool, and I like hanging out with Brawley along the way, sometimes I'm just like, I also have this thing that I really want to do. You know, Brawley, you know what I'm talking about. So I am going to go to Hammerstock right now. And I've already left, which is why I'm leaving you this message. And when I get back to Arendelle, I will tell you about everything. But there's just a couple of pieces of information I need to find. And I'll see you guys soon. Don't leave me forever. I'm not leaving you. Hondo, I'm not leaving the room. Is the ball thing cut me off, so there's probably Hondo screwing something up. Anyways, I love you all, and I will see you very soon.
The ball then just...
I resent that.
Why does she always mention Brawley and not the rest of us?
I mean, we're besties, so maybe that's why.
Have you ever watched the two of them in a room together for more than 30 seconds?
I guess you're right.
Oh, I'm gonna miss her.
She'll be back soon, though. And I know every time we get these clues about her mom, you can tell how much it affects her. So I think this will be good for her to try and track that down while we track down some more relics.
She needs to do this. And I mean, she's got Baldora with her too, so no one's
Sure.
better than her.
She's got
I mean, if you ever really needed
red
to
mane.
check up on her, Alana, you do have that stone to Baldoris, so you could get some
That's
updates.
true. That's a good call. Okay.
We could
I'll
creepily
take it with me.
scry on her too if we ever wanted to. We always have that as an option, so we could do that.
Yeah, there's always invasion of privacy. That's always.
Yeah. Oh no, you know all about that, right?
I don't call it invasion. I call it, educating yourself.
Gross. All right, why don't we have some breakfast and then figure out which one of these relics we want to track down first? Sound good?
Easy
Yeah,
enough.
sounds good.
With your staff at hand, breakfast is easily and quickly prepared. And just to kind of break this into less of like a, dictating the minute by minute.
Yeah.
You guys have, today is the 34th of Morden. This is the 35th of Morden. No, 34th of Morden, sorry.
Down.
Whatever. You guys are due back in hell on the 9th of Hamatil in like basically 2 weeks. And then the full moon is the 26th of Hamatil. So you've got 30 days until the next full moon, and 14 roughly until you're due back in hell. 15. So you guys have a lot of time on your hands to do with as you please, and the abilities to travel around the realm at relatively quick speeds. So it doesn't have to, we don't have to do this so much as like minute by minute, hour by
Beat
hour.
by beat.
If you guys want to do pretty much anything, we can start talking about it. And then as soon as we need to break it into like, okay, this needs to get decided, we need to role play this, we need to do this, then we will do that. But for the time being, you guys have currently 2 scrolls of water breathing being prepared for you at the College of Whitethorn for the 37th. So 3 days from now.
3 days.
Your glasses are being made in Arendelle for
There you go.
tomorrow. And then the rest is up to you.
Kyle, what day was it that is the whole Baldor is actually supposed to be in town?
She's supposed to be here the
Like
first
formally?
of the month. She'll be here. She'll be back. She'll be formally back here with or without Lavender, but she will be on the first of the month of Hamatil. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that it's necessary for us to be there, but if we're going to be, we don't entirely know what's going to happen at that formal meeting. I don't know if it'll actually include any future plans, but even if we get an idea of what that's going to be like, we'll know whether or not that's something we have to accommodate into our schedule. Meanwhile, we know we have one lead. Wasn't it north of Verdantia, something like that? The guy
yes.
the Grey Lady's friend?
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oberon Abbotsford lives in the
Oberon
islands
Abbotsford.
just northeast of Verdantia. The Valentine, you would never have traveled there directly, but you would know they're called the Slumbering Isles.
Cool. I think we should spend at least like 3 weeks on a Hondo backstory Triton arc. If we could just schedule it right in.
Let's lay it out on the table. What are the artifacts we can go after?
Sure. So with the Kraken, we have the belt and the Kyle, what is it? There's one more. Stormbreaker axe.
That's 2.
That's 2
Those
that
two,
are there.
They kind of go
One.
together.
Yeah,
But it is 2 to attune to.
The story being Ragnar Stormborn having gone out in his kind of fit of rage to fight the unkillable, and then was brought down by it. Presumably either in its lair, inside of it, somewhere. You're not sure. That you have yet to determine. But Stormbreaker and the Belt of the Tempest were believed to be with the Kraken.
Which is that's what Oberon had information about.
Yeah, he had in Adventures on the High Seas in the book that you found long ago, and then the Grey Lady kind of re-explained and retold you in his adventures previous to their adventures together with the Sunrunners, he had an encounter with the Ravenous Maw.
So we have that one. We have the staff that is up in the Alabaster Tower somewhere in the north, and we got some keys, some information, but we don't really have more on that yet.
Yeah, so the tower had been last seen at the Battle of Dragon's Rend several hundred years ago, and then was kind of lost in the battle, but presumably Mordenkainen, still wielding the staff at the time, wherever the tower is, the staff is. And then the key, you just know that Mordenkainen had placed around the realms doors that potentially could lead back to his sanctum whenever need be, but only with the right keys. And then Mephistopheles had acquired one and handed it off to you.
That's something that I think, Gord no longer has his staff, so that's something that could work for him.
At the Mantle of the Fiend, that's a third one, but a second one that we know of the location of.
Yeah, you guys know
that is to say,
you know, the Mantle of the Phoenix is, you have a starting point for Mantle of the Phoenix of knowing that the kind of semi-city of Magdaroom in the Kel Desert, north of this kind of semi-active volcano, there was some connection to Castiel and Ragnar in the story of their kind of their story, that he had that was a place of significance for them, and her being the kind of bearer of it, of the Mantle of the Phoenix, there was some connection there at least.
And then we got the sword is in the Underdark. We kind of got a hint of that, I think, from the Grey Lady.
Grey Lady knew that it had been stolen away from her compound in Rogue Point many years ago, and she had basically always tried to retrieve it and kept tabs on it, and knew that it was in possession of who she was never sure, and what factions or what. Basically, she presumed some kind of thieves guild or potentially slavers or something to that effect. Knowing it was in the Underdark, she believed it to be in this kind of trader city known as Mantle Dareth.
So many cool fucking places, Mantle.
That's about four artifacts, 5.
And then you still have to kill what's his name, Booth, to get his shield.
Kill? I am not killing.
I thought that was a secret you whispered me. You wanted some sort of.
I want the
challenge.
shield, but I don't know if first of all, I don't think I can kill him.
Okay. I'll try and take back what I told him then about your impending
Please
duel.
do. So I think to narrow it down, let's look at the easiest ones to get.
I don't think any are easy.
Well, some are harder than others. The Kraken is probably the hardest.
The Kraken's interesting though, because there's 2 there. So I agree, super hard. You've spoken yourself about how terrifying it is, just with your own sea encounters. But there is 2 there that could be interesting.
That is a good point.
And it is the one that right now we have the biggest lead on. We can go see what this Oberon guy says. Maybe he doesn't have any more information for us. But at the least, the easiest step we have right now is going to talk to a dude. That doesn't seem that hard.
We could do that. We do have tiny leads on Azuz's Fate, the Staff of Mordenkainen. What do you think about that, Hondo?
I would say let's eliminate the ones we have tiny leads on, because we have other options with better info.
If we eliminate the ones we have tiny leads on, we literally only have the Kraken option.
A bigger lead.
I guess that's our decision. We'll go for the Kraken.
But we have the Wayfarer's sphere, get a compass thing that can help us track down things. We have legend lore from Aetherius. We got ways to get more than the leads. I do agree though. I think today we should start with seeing our boy Johnny Abbotsford. What's his real name? Oberon Abbotsford. Talk to him. Maybe hit up for Dancia. Keep you away from my mom, Hondo, and talk to this guy.
Have you checked in there at all lately? I guess they sent you wine. So
yeah, that was kind. I sent a lot of us.
Was that your sister?
Yeah, that was from Daisy. So that's technically not Verdantia. That's out in the Vale.
I will say, moving aside from relics, though, we can still gather allies. Mary, like you were mentioning earlier, knowing Baldora's coming in a couple days, like we could try and reach out to Francis. I mean, we could stop by Francis and see if he could call some sort of assembly with the Elves of the Vale, see if we can get them to come to Arendelle to try and... We just got to call in all our chips here. We know what's coming.
So,
side note.
just to cut in real quick, the part of what you guys had already basically accomplished and what Francis was doing is to establish that reunification of the borders, but part of that is like an element of like protecting the realm as a collective. So obviously you can stop in and just ensure and get a better idea of what they could provide and how you want to utilize what they can provide. But Baldora and Haverfeld coming on the first was essentially to establish like a proper treaty to put it on, quill to and ink to paper and make it just like an official, like almost like establishing like an embassy on both sides.
Sick.
So solidifying that's less something you guys have to be involved in. It's more like bureaucratic. You're more than welcome to be a part of it and like just ensure, if you want to have a say in where the forces will be provided or
The
moved to.
tariffs, taxes, stuff like that.
If you really want to be involved in that kind of discussion, you can be.
Do we get a
Let's
cut?
have a 4-hour session on
Probably not.
trade law.
Look,
That's
if
what
we
I
get a
want.
cut of the taxes, if we can
People
work
liked
some
it.
deal.
People liked it in the new trilogy of Star Wars, so we should do a couple episodes on that.
Kevin's a
Be
big
good.
fan.
Hondo
the
wants a
prequels.
cut.
I did like them. I am not afraid
true.
to say I did like
You
them.
can tweet him at Kevin K9, I think, on Twitter. You can find him.
And just really quick to reiterate some of the other relics, kind of keeping to what Kevin said, you guys don't have any leads on the Vestments of the Voidwalker, Aurelia's bow. Both of those you have zero
Sound
leads on.
cool, though.
Rod of the Lawbearer, you have a rough idea that it's in the hands of like the ruling leader of Marrakesh as like a handed down relic to like establish like as a point of like you're the leader, here's your kind of rod.
That's where we sent Colton.
Colton and Galdrin are on there to try and establish like a connection between Arendelle and Marrakesh. But that one was going to be one that everyone is basically like highly unlikely anyone other than them will be wielding, but the idea was to try and convince them to wield it for your side, essentially.
Exactly. We don't need every one of these things for ourselves because, admittedly, out of game, that means you have to attune to all this shit.
I got a spot open.
But
There are 5 that you guys have somewhat leads and that will work for your group in the allotted time that you have. And those are Stormbreaker, Belt of the Tempest, which are together. You've got the Mantle of the Phoenix, Azuth's Fate, and the Dawnbringer Blade.
Dawnbringer.
And just on a little side note, Valentine, your mom clearly doesn't like Francis, okay? I'm just trying to give her some happiness.
I doubted for a while their connection. It seems genuine. And if she is to choose someone else, enough said.
I mean, that stuffed up old windbag, I mean, what can you do for her?
Franny?
Franny,
Listen, I don't want to get into their love life, their romance.
No, I'm not talking.
More
I'm not talking
specifically,
about the
what you
physical.
could provide.
It's very physical. That's
I'm not talking physical here. I'm talking like just even
Emotional.
like the day-to-day stuff. What the hell is he gonna do? Hello, ma'am. I mean, dear, today's taxes look pretty good to me. Wow.
Hannah, what was your longest relationship you've ever been in? That time you spent like 8 hours at that brothel?
I like to leave when it's on a good note. So, very quick.
So you never come?
Oh, no, I mean,
Don't finish that sentence.
let's just say, I have a lot of fun. And I think they do too.
And you know what? The last time you visited a brothel, you got us a great lead on potential evil wizards. So I think you should keep up with your philandering ways. It's all good. Except the Grey Lady's taken a liking to you, and I think there could be a real deeper connection there that you can
Hey.
explore.
I think she could be very profitable as a relationship. Yes.
It's not the adjective I would use, but is there anything you guys want to use before we? I mean, we can literally jump to anywhere in Verdantia and then try and start walking towards the Slumbering Isles. You guys want to pick anything up? Get a tattoo done? Anything like that?
I think we're all broke. At least I'm broke. I can't really do much.
Oh, I got platinum on platinum, baby. I'm so good.
I mean, I think I do have some coins. I did sell something, but no, I'm good. Do we need
If any of you,
potions? Do we need potions?
oh, that's fair. That is fair. I
we
was
should
doing.
probably grab potions. I think we meant to do that at some point in the next few days, and then
This is like a little metagamey, but I was just listening back to the Carval fight, and at the end of the Carval fight, we used 2 potions to heal us. So we're down 2 potions or whatever. I think it was Brawley and Mary used each of us.
check what I have. But I know I don't have a lot. But that's actually the potions is probably a good idea. Before we go, I was going to ask if Valentine, if you wanted to check up on any family or anything while we're in Verdantia, and then Hondo may be nervous about that, but that's still your call. It's not something maybe she's heard something we haven't from Francis.
Yeah, it could be worth it.
It's up to you.
We could teleport right to their door. It'd probably be one of the safer places we could teleport to.
We do have a circle in Verdantia, don't we?
I guess they're right. They're just so annoying every time we go in. They're so like, blah, blah, blah. I'm the mayor of this place. No
I mean, I
fun
guess it
allowed.
depends on do you want to get there sneakily and quietly, or do you want anyone to know we're there? This might not be a problem or a question for today, but for the future, that might be something we could think of, because they kind of seem, I mean, I thought those guys were interesting. But I also feel like they're like professional tattletales.
Yeah. I don't really arrive a lot of places like unpronounced. Remember that time we rode in on a ship and I was just blasting Eldritch
I
blasts
do.
into the air?
I do remember that.
And then we
and
got
then you
sent to jail. Yeah.
Yeah, because you told a crowd of like 300 people that we were working with Centaurum.
Which you're not supposed to do, just in case you
No,
forgot.
A is a bad thing to do, and
Yes.
it's definitely a bad thing, not alone just to do, but to proclaim to the police. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Then
knowledge would
Centaurum
have been...
are fucking shit, so we're not going to do that again. But
So why don't we finish up this delicious breakfast? I'll refill my coffee from the kitchen, and then we could just literally bounce. I need 10 minutes to cast a teleportation circle.
do
and
we
can
want to
go.
do? We don't have to do in game, but do we want to do a potions run first?
Kyle,
Or
what
do we want to do that for later?
I was going to ask Kyle, I know this isn't Pokemon, but like, are there any places we've been to? Like, is Verdantia better for potions? Or like, what's the Great Ball selection like here? Is it 200?
And would Francis have any potions that we could just take from him?
Francis
Not
isn't
gonna
in
fucking
Verdantia.
give it
number
out to you.
one.
Oh, right.
Francis is in the Vale with the elves.
Or
And,
would
Would my
castle-
mom, Hondo?
Yeah, then would your castle have any stored somewhere?
no, it's not so much a castle. It's like just a mansion. Like it's very
Right.
nice. It's a very
It's a
nice
beautiful
like
manor.
manor house.
You have a
But not-
potion fridge.
Yeah, not a full castle.
Like a beer fridge, but only stocked with the energy.
I would love that. You open it up and it's just like little tubes of it. You're like, oh,
You'd be better off picking up potions in Arendelle than in Verdantia, but you could still like if you're just going for healing potions, you're fine on either front. But other things, anything greater, you're better in Arendelle than you are in Verdantia.
so yeah, if we could just, I don't know, non-role play, buying some potions, picking.
Yeah,
I mean, we also have to come back here to pick up the scrolls for water breathing before we do any of this.
Yes.
So
we're not going to go.
Maybe we could just all
cracking
do that in the same run.
Yeah,
That's a
but
good idea.
the only thing is like if you are exactly what I said. Like if you wanted something more than standard healing potion, you're better off here, and there might be role play implication, like if you're trying to one haggle or two get something that's very specifically different, that's a request. But if you're just looking for healing potions, I don't give a fuck where you buy them. We can hand wave
We don't.
and
we
just
don't
dock
haggle.
some gold.
We ain't never haggled a price before.
No.
Yeah, let's just get it on the way when we pick up our water breathing stuff. We're good for now.
Okay. Yeah, that would be back here in a couple of days anyways.
Meanwhile, if anyone wants anything specific, think about your order now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Place it in with Fantasy Amazon.
Has Probably picked up her armor. Did that come?
Yep. I think so.
Sick.
You guys went and got your tattoos, your armor, your
I think
coat,
we have
your
everything, yeah.
yeah.
Did we add all that stuff to D&D Beyond?
Oh.
Yeah, I did. I added my stuff, like, I think last time.
Cool.
I think it's all there.
Al, your voice is so much lower now with this cold. It's so funny.
I know. It's like... yes.
It's hurting
like
progressively
Mary.
more
Yeah.
and more.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I love it.
Well, we're gonna skip the dishes, use some like hot water with lemon. We keep this going.
Yes, get the heat. Activated charcoals.
I can start going outside our front yard and start tracing the elements for a teleportation circle.
And you're going to Verdantia?
Yeah. To what is it? The Hall of.
The Halls of Civilization, if I'm not
I was
mistaken.
gonna say it. I literally was gonna say it. Neurons are firing.
Easily enough, after a short time, unless there's any other preparations, you guys are able to travel to Verdantia, to the Hall of Civilization. You're not so much harried and annoyed as you arrive, but there is a lot of activity in the Halls of Civilization, surprisingly. Nothing that you pick up as odd, just businessy stuff going on. People are just bustling back and forth. It's nothing of interest to all of your perceptive and insightful eyes. Just people doing jobs, doing stuff. There seems to be just a lot of activity. And despite your exuberance, you managed to get past relatively unnoticed and unimpeded by any of the enclave or other law figures. And unless you're making any other stops, you can make your way to Val's home. Yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool.
Does anyone else, after like all the shit we've been through and, you know, like literally being in a place where you can float and having hell people chase you down, being in an area where people are just doing office work is fucking bizarre.
I just live on edge now all the time. Like I was ready for one of those to be like a mimic and just like try and like bite Hondo or something like that.
Like, it's like every time we use one of these teleportation circles, it's like, oh, is something going to stab us when we get there? Like, what are we getting our asses into?
Well, there's still
It's going to be a long time before we can all calm down.
We're about to go talk to a guy we've never met
It's
before,
only
so you
like
could-
9 a.m. Shit
Yeah,
could
there's
happen.
plenty of time in the day.
If we land in Verdantia and something happens right when we get there, Valentine's family is liable. Okay, we're owed financial compensation from them.
Ooh, a
Yes.
little civil suit with Val's family. I like it.
What's
Do you have
your
diplomatic
life insurance
immunity?
plan?
Do you have like diplomatic immunity as a Triton? Are you like some Triton prince or something? Well, I really got to dive into your backstory right after this arc.
I mean, I think the only one who has
Great idea.
diplomatic immunity at this point is Alana, but that's like secret.
Yeah.
Diplomatic. Speaking of, are you like, no pressure, but is this something that you're wanting to kind of keep quiet forever, or is that ever something you're going to be comfortable, you know, taking up a place in?
Yeah, I mean, gonna try to see and where everything goes. I think once we get all of our stuff figured out, then I can worry about it later. And just to protect Baldora too, for now
Yeah.
anyway. Especially once all this, if I, you know, if anything got out now, I wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
I mean, we've seen firsthand what happens when people have connections to us.
Yeah. So I'm gonna wait till everything's done, and assuming, you know, we all go live in our happy places, and then I'll see from there.
Well, we'll live in the Arendelle house. We'll also go to Hammerstock all the time. Hondo, you have at least 7 kids back in the Feywild when we go back to Castle Avalon. So like there'll be a couple stops for us.
You know, I think they're better off, you know, with their adopted
With their
family.
absentee dad.
They don't need. I don't have time for them. They don't need me. It's all good.
All right. I am looking forward to that campaign 20 years later when we when that guy shows up.
An all half Triton baby campaign. Everyone just
Oh.
plays it in a number of Hondo's offspring. That's the theme of the campaign.
Yeah. The
They
wild
all meet each
fins.
other.
So good.
As you guys discuss and poke fun at Hondo and make your way through the streets of Verdantia, you see that it is not quite as cold here, and you feel that, and it's not quite as snowy as well. However, you still see the signs of kind of Deep Winter's Day, kind of silvers and blue streamers in the streets and old decorations that are still up and taken down. And there still just is this kind of like general festive atmosphere. You can hear more music that is playing into the streets, and there are people playing from open doors and windows of busy taverns and inns. As you make your way through and kind of returning to a like simple domestic looking life. It is odd compared to the things you've been invested in doing in these last few weeks especially, but this last couple of months and year has been very deadly for you. So this is a nice change of pace. However, you make your way to the Iridacia Keep and see that it too is still decked to the nines with lots of decoration, and Valentine's love for Deep Winter's Day is very obviously reflected in the family and in the home. As you are greeted and brought within, the manor is relatively quiet. No music, no rushing of feet around the building, but you are greeted by Val's mom. She rushes up to you with a big smile and a hug to Valentine, and just quick hugs and kind of to each of you in turn, as she welcomes you home.
Claire at Hondo, watch his hands.
I give her a longer hug than everyone else.
Okay.
She gives
All right.
a gentle kiss to the cheek and a little laugh as you break.
I grab Mary's wrist.
She welcomes you all into this kind of sitting area, this like tea room in the front that you've not really spent any time in as a group, and tea and very simple refreshments are provided as she kind of just brings you in and welcomes you into their home. So, and she says, normally I would ask you what you've been up to. However, I know it's probably something I don't want to hear. But it's good to have
we
you
went
home
to a hot
nonetheless.
place. We went to a traditionally hot place, but very, very cool, very chill. And I met a guy there. He was okay. He was like, one of those like intimidating boss types. And then we went on a boat for a little trip, like a little like Sea of the Stars kind of trip, and we just kind of almost like a cruise, like a destination cruise. And then when we got to the spot, the island was not in great shape, really poorly kept. And then a couple of us got after it a little too hard, a little down and out there for a bit, but here we are, we're all back in one piece and everything's great.
Traffic was
Sounds so
murder.
bad.
Traffic was murder. Yeah
That doesn't sound so bad. That's I'm glad to hear that things seem to have taken a little bit less of an edge as you've gone on. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry that you missed out on the festivities of last week, but I know you are very, very busy.
Didn't get cold this year. We had Secret Bard. It was great. We celebrated actually just last night. These guys had never had Secret Bard before, and it was a real treat.
She just kind of begins passing around like food and just like trying to keep everyone fed and happy, and very quickly says, I haven't heard from your father recently. It's been
Stepfather.
It's your father. I haven't heard from Francis in perhaps a week or so, but things were going well. Last I did hear is very, very busy with the synod. Honestly, I'd hoped that maybe you would have some information. Have you been in touch with them recently?
Not to be
I think
creepy.
you've heard more recently than we have. I'm pretty sure.
But probably heard more recently, but we did. We have a crystal ball of sorts that allows us to sometimes to see things, and we did take a little peek just to make sure Francis was okay. A couple recently, and he seemed good. He seemed fine. So
Good.
That was nice.
Our last communication, he was sad to be so far away, but very happy in doing the work he was doing and feeling very much at home in accomplishing something he's been so adamant about, as you know.
Mm-hmm. And you're perfectly fine. You're not a lonely person. You don't get lonely. So you're happy by yourself. There's no need for
I don't know
anyone.
if I would say that necessarily, but I have the kids to keep me company. And of course, we've taken in Azura.
Yeah.
Azura and Lily and Leaf have grown fast friends. In fact, we were able to locate Azura's mother in the time that you've been gone. Her name is Maris. She lived not far from here, in fact, kind of keeping to the border of the Kel, seemingly very down on her luck and down in spirits. And when we put out from the hall, the Office of Investigation, they very rapidly came to find her, and they've been reunited of sorts, and she's been staying here off and on. She's very independent, and they're rebuilding their relationship. It's tenuous, but it's kept me busy.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. See, Hondo, she's very busy, very content, busy life, but very fulfilling.
She could be hiding her pain, and
she's right here. We don't have to talk about her in third person. She's right here. Francis, things are going well there. That's good to hear. We might call on him in the Sylvan Synod. Things are progressing. There might be, not to startle you, but there might be an important moment coming up for this entire realm where we might need all the aid that we can get.
I mean, I understand that there was a reason to push things forward so much quicker and so urgently, Rev, recently. I know you and all of you put yourselves in these situations, and no one can pull you away necessarily, but I hope that you know what you're getting into. If it's ever too much, there's no shame in letting others fight that battle. The small group of you don't need to bear the weight of the world.
I felt that way too. Sometimes I think a small group of people fighting for the world is I don't know. There's a small group of people who can fight for this world, and I think we were all brought together because we can. But we fight for moments like this, where I can keep this sex-crazed fish maniac from ravaging my mother, but it's lighthearted and fun while we're having tea. This makes it all worth it.
Odd justification, but I understand what you're saying.
I hope there was
nice
something
sentiment,
better.
and then it got really weird.
I just can't stop thinking about it. He's really gotten in my head. He's really rattled me about it. Mom, before we go, because we should go urgently now that I'm getting flustered. Have you ever been to the Slumbering Isles? Have you or Francis ever journeyed that far north?
We have a long time ago a small vacation there. It was nothing, honestly, of particular note. There's only a handful of small villages set on otherwise kind of untamed jungle. What was there was nice but small. Why?
Does the name Oberon Abbotsford mean anything to you? Ever heard that before?
I believe he's an author, if I'm not mistaken.
He is, yeah. Yeah, he wrote Adventures on the High Sea, on the North Sea. High Seas.
I think I've read that to you.
I remember it from my childhood. I actually have a copy. Take out like my copy that we found in the North Sea about 100 games ago.
It's still weathered and beaten, but it's nonetheless it does look like it. She says, I believe I've owned a couple of his books to read to the kids, and a couple that were for less for the kids, but good all the same. But what business do you have with him or with the Slumbering Isle?
He used to be part of a group similar to ours called the Sunrunners. And he's actually a friend of an acquaintance of ours, the Grey Lady, if that name rings any bells. But he's got some information that could help us out about just some important stuff that might aid us in the future.
Well, and you believe he's on in the Slumbering Isles?
Yeah, that's kind of the last we'd heard, where he might be holed up writing there. It sounds nice.
Well, it was many years ago, but the village we visited was called Isolde.
Isolde.
I can't remember the names of any of the people who were there at the time. I remember the name of the village. It was nice, like I say, it was small. But perhaps it's a starting point.
Do we have a map that shows anything from that, Kyle? Or like, I know I have an Exandria map.
Not Exandria.
Exander.
We have.
Lately.
You guys have a map of Vesaria, and on the map of Vesaria, you can see the Slumbering Isles north of Verdantia. There's 3 islands that are just northeast of Verdantia. But there's no indication of anything beyond that, just 3 small islands.
How far do you think it was from here, Mom? Sorry?
I think we traveled for about a day or 2.
We have some ways that we could probably go quicker than that, but that's really helpful. Appreciate it.
Of course. What little I can offer, I'm happy to.
I think that's all we really need. We just kind of wanted to check in, let you know we're okay, make sure you guys are okay.
I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to hear from you. It's difficult knowing your father is off dealing with things greater than him, and you and your friends here are off fighting battles untold. Your sister and Elias, I hardly hear from them, and I know they're training for something themselves. I imagine it's all connected in some way.
That's good to know, actually.
Miss Valentine, I can assure you we are looking after your son very well. And if you ever need anything, we are here for you, especially me, because I know Valentine can be pretty selfish sometimes. So
it's fair.
We've got you. You need, Francis, it can be a big baby sometimes. So we've got you if you need anything.
She chuckles and says, I very much appreciate that, Hondo, and I very much appreciate all of you looking out for Valentine here. In truth, I want for very, very little these days. Just the safety of my family. So if you can provide that, that's more than enough.
Not at all. Believe me, he's like a kid on training wheels sometimes, so we got him.
Her needs are met. Did you hear that, Hondo? Totally met.
That's code.
Thank you to both of you, honestly. And truly, when this is done, and it feels like it will be done soon, we'll be around more. At least I'll be around more, and I'm sure I'll bring some of these knuckleheads with me. But we'll be around much more.
I don't know if this is the right thing to ask, but I've been piecing things together with Francis and yourself and Daisy, as I say. And you saying things are coming to an end. Should I be worried? Is there somewhere Leaf, Lily, and Azura and Maris and I should we be worried?
I wouldn't be worried.
Make a deception check.
Yeah.
Best smile, 29.
With just the glimmer of like the potential danger into your beginning, you calm that notion, and she sits back content.
If anything changes, believe me, you'll be the first to know.
Unless there's anything else.
Hondo brought this squid delicacy for dinner if you want to throw that in the icebox.
I'll throw it somewhere.
Throw it somewhere, yeah.
Off the cliff, off the back of the boat would be a big deal.
I told you she wouldn't like it. No, that's it. Say hi to Lily and Leaf. I'm so interested to know more about Maris. Just like a new NPC character freaks me out in Verdansia. Is there any signs of Maris here? Any signs of Aurelia?
Are you like asking DM wise, or?
I guess making a perception check. I don't want to be retroactive.
Is the house
about
quiet? Like, there's no kids in it right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, the house is entirely quiet. Like the only other sound you'd hear would be like staff, and your mom did kind of just say like they were off at school, and Maris has been living here and elsewhere. Like she's been kind of in both, so it's not uncommon that she wouldn't be here. It's not weird. But if you want to make within your passive perceptions in the time you've been here, there's been nothing immediately that would unsettle you in terms of like sound that you would hear.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and take a look around if you want, but
could I actually ask on our way out, could I find that like butler guy who I've known since childhood?
Yeah.
I forget his fucking name. Do you remember his little dweeby name?
I'm gonna wait for you because you're gonna have to address him.
Hey pal.
Valentine.
How you been? Nice to see you.
Andre.
I know, Andre, of course. I know. Nice to see you. Known you my whole life.
Nice to see you as well, Master Valentine.
We didn't bring our animals in this time to respect your wishes.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you. May I help you?
Yes. I'll just like pull him aside a little bit. My mom said everything's good. She doesn't really want for anything. And I just wanted to make sure things good here money-wise with Francis gone. Do you guys, everything's okay?
Most definitely. Your father is an astute investor and has family money that goes back quite a ways, as well as a lucrative position.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Of course.
How's Aurelia and her mom fitting in? Has that gone okay? Is there any tension there?
Your mother has very quickly cared for Azura and very happily taken her in, and Lily and Leaf both care greatly for the young girl. She was very quiet for a good amount of time for the first time she was here, and I would say your mother did great work to bring her spirits back, and they only doubled so in finding her mother.
Okay, great. All right, Andre, that's all I just wanted to know. Just wanted to make sure things are good in the home front.
Excellent.
How are you? Do you have your things good?
I have nothing to complain about, sir. Thank you.
Great. Awesome.
Valentine realizing he has no idea any of Andre's interests.
You're married. You've got you're happy.
You are
great.
Breathing.
All right, I will just give him a little tap and then make my way out.
Turns immediately and just starts heading off in a different direction.
See, this is the thing I want to avoid with staff. Like, staff is weird. Having people who, like, I'm not used to it yet.
What do you mean? You didn't have staff growing up?
Nah. See, now you're being facetious because...
Who
on
washed your
purpose.
clothes and stuff?
You just don't wash them. You have clothes. You have one set
Oh, you have
of
clothes.
clothes.
I believe it's
Well,
cloth.
There's more than one. That's cloth. The word you're looking for is
That's
cloth.
what I'm looking for.
Which clothes are any?
You grew up in
regardless.
cloths, like rags, like a rags to riches story?
Normal.
Mary, we don't have all the time in the world. We can't be wasting this talking about your cloth childhood.
Yeah, we don't know where the fuck we're going. Do we need horses?
We can transform into horses at this point. I don't think we need them. We got Fern, we got Mira. I can
Are
make
we,
Honda into a giant dinosaur.
When you
These
say
are
we're
great.
getting there faster, do you want to try to teleport to someplace you've never been before?
No, that scared me. I thought about it, but I'm kind of worried that I could put us inside a cliff. I've only used that spell a couple of times. I feel like it's good to know when I have been there, when I've touched it, when I know it. But it scares me to just go in blind.
I risk, I reward.
Jesus, I didn't realize you were here next to us. I think we could just transform into like flying creatures and just try and fly for a bit.
How are you going to do that?
So from what Gwendolyn was saying, it was like a day or two ride. They would have been taking a carriage at a relatively slow pace. So you guys could easily do it in a day, in a full day's march, but you can augment that into a quicker travel via spells and mounts and things like that. Val, you have a relatively good idea of where to go. Worst case scenario, you follow the coastline and you're pretty much there. But you know roughly where it is. And you'd have a rough idea from like your childhood, like how, like just just in the same way you know the kind of territory that's close to where you grew up. You have like, oh yeah, I've heard of that in passing 1,000 times. You've never been there, but you've heard of it. So you have a pretty good idea that, yeah, like using some of your guys' spells and things like that, you guys do it anywhere from a full day's travel to maybe a little less, but it's what you guys want to do that.
So we could go Fern and Brawley and I. You could go with Mary. I could polymorph Hondo into a giant eagle a couple of times, and Gord could ride him, as is tradition. We could just see how quick we could get there.
You also have the carpet.
We have the carpet. It goes 40 though.
Carpet's
A little
slow,
slower.
though.
It's
Yeah.
slower. It's faster than walking speed.
Walking.
Yeah.
And you avoid like difficult terrain by flying essentially. So like you get like pretty much a straight shot, but it wouldn't be your fastest route. Like, yeah, if you want to burn some spells, you can get that couple hours back. But if you just want to fly at like a leisurely pace, you'll still basically, if you guys were to fly nonstop and try and hit there by the end of day, like you could get there by end of day,
sundown.
but you'd be risking exhaustion definitely of your mounts and of yourselves. Like it's still exhausting to travel that.
I
that
only have
much.
mirror for 8 hours.
You could do it in 8 hours is what I'm saying.
We can just
But we don't
traditional
wanna-
it then.
Well, I mean, we could always do a hybrid too, right? Like, you'd have to blow how many spells for polymorph, right? Like, that's only an hour.
Polymorph last an hour, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if we could even, like, if we wanted to have Valentine, do you know if one half of the journey is safer than the other?
DM, what do you think?
Like, I mean, we
Just
could
make a
fly
straight
for
history check, Val.
3 hours and then see
That's
how
really
we-
good. 17 on the dice plus 7 is 24.
Roughly your idea of like following the coastline from Verdantia north. It's relatively safe traveling. There's just no, like, basically you'd have to take like roads. You remember how like you guys had to take roads back towards the Kel and then north into that like wooded area where you first found that kind of weird creepy hut that you went down into the well. Like people would normally go basically that way and then loop back around and follow a road without taking a road like straight along the coast, because it is difficult terrain, basically from edge of Verdantia down along the coastline itself. The terrain is rocky, it is precarious, it breaks away into cliffs down that go into the shattered isles, like into the shattered coast. But if you're flying, you can circumnavigate all of that difficult terrain and basically take a straight shot following the coastline. It would not be hazardous if you're flying.
Why don't we just do a bit of a hybrid? Because that would be a shitload of spells that I would have. So why don't we walk out of there, get as close to the coast as we can, and then when we get to the coast, just start to gauge it. Is this going to be a real pain in the ass to try and go up and down something or across some water, and then we could polymorph it. Is that okay to you?
Me?
Team and DM? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Makes sense.
Nope.
What does Hondo want to do?
What do you want to do, pal?
Why are we doing all this dancing around? Let's go right to the location. Let's teleport.
I've never been there.
So
I can't.
We take a risk.
I wonder if I can. Let me just read it. I'll read it to you. It's my general
Pretty
understanding.
high risk if you've
never been
literally
there
never been there.
and only heard
Spell
of it.
instantly transports you and 8 willing creatures of your choice that you can see within range or single object, blah, blah, blah. Destiny Choose must be known to you. So that hurts it there. I guess I know of it. It must be on the same plane of existence. It is. Your familiarity with the destination determines whether you arrive there successfully. So we have the description of it, which means I roll a percentile dice. 0 to 43, mishap. 44 to 53, similar area. 54 to 73, off target. Only success basically is 74 to 100.
You got a
There's
25% chance.
50% chance that we all get trucked into the side of a mountain.
We get splinted or whatever.
Off
happens.
target
Or into
sounds
the ocean.
promising.
Yeah,
Off
or
target
thrown into
sounds
the
okay.
ocean. We're going into like islands, so we could just end up like in the water. Like I don't even know what fucking elevation this thing is on. I could put us in like the Earth's core.
I tell you what. Send two of
I
us.
do it to you.
that
Oh
way.
God,
I'll-
no.
And then I can message it back and be like, hey,
Okay.
it's safe. Come.
How
So
do you
messaging-
plan on messaging?
But the teleport is different each time you do it. There's
Yeah,
two-
that's true.
it'd be two different roles. Like you never know. It's never going to be a consistent.
What we should have
Constant.
done is taken our ship, the Black Parade, sailed down the coast, taken at least a couple of days of time, and then we could just have like a sea shanty adventure.
That would have
you
been
still can.
weeks.
We could still do that. Actually, that's a good idea.
How long would it take? It took us forever to get to Rogue Point.
Hondo, throw me a survival check.
Wonder how long would that take? Do you think to take our boat
It depends on the winds.
It's true.
and the tides? Yeah.
The wind and the tide.
Okay. So T20.
God, I love over 50 games with this fucking dice app you've been using. It's so funny. Like 60 games now.
You said sorry. Investigation.
This is going to be survival.
Survival.
And if
That
you're-
is
Good.
16 and 4.
20. 30, 20.
Okay. And then I'm going to add your proficiency as well, because I'm trying to make a navigator's checks, and you would have proficiency as a former sailor and pirate. You have a pretty good idea that it was 4 days from Arendelle to Rogue Point, and that's basically up and around to Rogue Point. You had favorable winds at the time, but the trouble is you have to travel through like kind of the northern expanse up around the coast, and then you came down to Rogue Point. That was about 4 days, and then from Rogue Point south, it's even better travel, but you're looking at probably at least a week. But like as you know, weather could throw that off, and you could end up being 10 to 12 days with bad weather. So you're looking at least 7 to 10 days to get from Arendelle to the Slumbering Isle, roughly.
That's a lot of time.
We might need to do that, or I mean, Gambino was interested in the Kraken hunt, so we might have to try and loop him into this like hunt if we can, and see if he would help us out from the air. But let's focus on the right now. I respect your gamble. I don't think we're going to teleport there. Let's just start fucking walking. Let's get on Fern. Let's get on Keith. Let's get on our carpet. Let's ride, baby.
Very well.
As you guys begin to trek then, using your mounts and carpet to kind of navigate the initial difficult terrain to not, cause yourselves that immediate difficult terrain, but moving at the slowest pace, therefore moving at your speedier carpet. I'm going to have everyone just throw a Constitution saving throw. And Val, you're going to be leading this, so I'd like you to throw a perception check as well.
Yeah, let's use fucking D&D Beyond. Let's go. D&D Beyond, what do I got for a con? Okay, D&D Beyond. Give me a nat 20. Feel ya?
Right on.
And then a perception. So my con was 22 and my perception is 24.
Oh, okay. Allie?
19.
Yeah. Honda?
This is cons, right?
Con save, yep.
16.
Okay. Gord Mary?
21.
Ooh.
23.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job, guys.
This day of travel, it does take the better part of your day, as you guys are stopping periodically to take breaks. As you get about into just past midday, you're looking at like 1, maybe 1 to 2 o'clock. You guys have gotten away from that initial kind of higher rock and rough terrain of like outer Verdantia. And you watch as the coast begins to kind of drop down into a pretty steep drop down, but you watch as the ocean just like opens up beyond, and you get your first kind of glimpse of these like 3 small islands at the bottom of this kind of cove, that the wall like kind of cuts down and then it rises back up right in front of these islands, and almost like peers out over them, like the actual like coastline almost creeps over top, almost as if they are in a cove, and it towers up maybe 50, 100 feet, maybe even higher up above these islands. And you can see it's going to be a difficult path if you were to walk, but given your mounts and your hardy travelers at this point in your careers, this is not a particularly challenging day. You've traveled on foot through the Kell. This is nothing. And Valentine having kind of the best idea of where to go, but all of you really just knowing to follow the coastline. It's going to be another probably 4 to 5 hours of easier travel. The day down here is a lot cooler, but still like way nicer. It's not winter, but it's a little cool. But you guys could be there in another 4 hours easy.
Let's do it.
Or we could like fly for the last chunk and expedite that.
That would basically, like, you guys, unless you guys are doing this kind of hybrid thing where like you're going by the carpet speed, so that's why it's taking a little longer using the carpet speed. If you wanted now to try and expedite that with some polymorph and travel at a fast pace, you'll need to make another con save now as you're going to be traveling at an expedited pace, because even though your mounts are magical, they still get tired.
Mm-hmm.
And for you guys, it's not comfortable to be constantly riding and being bucked by creatures for hours on end. So it's up to you if you want to try and make that a little faster with some polymorphs, or you can take 4 hours and get there as sunset at regular pace.
Why don't we keep to regular pace just so we don't risk another con? But while we're up here, can we see any signs of Isolde, that village?
Not from this distance. You guys are still several hours out to get a really good idea.
Okay.
Once you're basically over top the 3 islands, you'll be able to make a better check. So that'll be the next thing. Just how close you're getting before sundown was the key.
Got it.
Do we know how people who do not have flying things normally get onto these islands? Is there like a ferry? Is it a bridge?
There's no bridge from your passive perceptions. You don't see a ferry.
I don't know
And
how
no
well
bridge.
populated this place is.
Nobody
We
does.
could, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. I should ask my mom that. Hondo could tow us, though. You could just swim out with a rope around him. You could just pull us there.
Oh, if
I
you're
mean,
flying,
we
you'd be
can easily figure that out. I was just curious to see if this is some place that, I don't know. For some reason, I was thinking that it was going to be relatively well populated, but now I'm thinking not so much.
Well, to shine some light on that, as you guys spend the next 2 to 3 hours making your approach, still like overland, still following the coast as it kind of begins to dip down, and it begins to kind of go up and over the edges of the that kind of like part of the island, the part of the mainland that creeps up and over the islands. You are able to kind of get a more overhead view of the islands below. And if someone wants to throw a perception check, go ahead and try and see what you can see. Unfortunately, it will be at disadvantage as sun is setting and the light has diminished. So if someone wants to throw perception at disadvantage, you're more than welcome to.
Have you do it? You have good perception.
Hondo, perception at disadvantage, please.
Ooh.
Excellent.
And my perception is
Never mind.
12, so 13.
Not great, and there's no point in rolling again because that's as low as it's going to get. As you guys are, you were cautious and you were smart and not wanting to burn through spells and burn through resources to try and just get somewhere you're not sure where to go. Unfortunately, your caution has cost you light, and as the sun is more or less setting, these 3 islands look heavily overgrown and jungled, and you see no signs of civilization, at least using Hondo's best perceptive eye and the eye of your navigator to try and find a spot basically to settle in and settle down. You got no sign. Just looks like heavy jungle.
I should have been rolling at disadvantage earlier, too. I just remembered because of the sun.
That's a good point. Thank you.
So I'll keep that in mind moving forward. Well, we can make camp here, try and go in by evening. What do you guys want to do? How far is it from the coasts where we are now to like maybe one of these islands?
Using the flight, you guys are kind of almost up and above the 3 on the edge of this kind of coast that kind of hangs over. So using flight, you could be down on the island comfortably in half an hour to an hour. But where to go from there could be hours of travel, trying to figure out which island to go to, where any civilizations are.
Daylight's fading. It might be easier to start that at first light when we can actually see what the fuck we're looking for.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We could just make it.
Also, you know, like if we do come into a town that doesn't get a lot of visitors, a bunch of crazy looking motherfuckers flying in the
Swooping
middle of
in.
the night might be a bad idea in terms of first impressions.
Not good at gauging these moments, so I trust you here. Yeah, so why don't we start setting up a camp? Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough. You guys haven't done this in a minute, but
Yeah.
you settle down to camp out under a relatively starry sky as night settles in quick, and you're not quite north enough for the outer elements to be too troubling, too cold, but you are on the edge. And as night does settle in and you begin to light a fire, the wind kind of cutting off the coast and up and over these cliffs, it kind of howls and whistles, and it is a little colder than you are more comfortable with, but you guys are pretty hardy. Easy
Got
enough
nothing
though.
on Cania.
No. You settle in, and unless there's anything you guys want to do, you take your rest.
Just the 5 of us. Let's make a quick little watch.
Go ahead.
I can go first. And then I'll just decide who I want to wake up. We can just do one at a time.
Val takes the first watch as night settles in, and it is just kind of like a weird just a weird reminiscence of your early adventures. You guys have been together and battled so much that like a simple watch seems so mundane, and yet you know the threats of the world are great, and so keeping like constantly vigilant. Go ahead and roll your perception check.
16 plus 13, 29.
You do hear constant wind and whistling off of the ocean, and it rustles through these kind of tall grasses all around this upper coast. Thankfully, you see nothing untoward. You do see, as you kind of in your watch kind of break from just sitting at the fire and looking over the coast, it is a beautiful sight to see the ocean at night. And you do see like little lights along the ocean of presumably ships or something just kind of traveling, but nothing untoward. A quiet night.
I'll sit on the edge of that little cliff edge, like sit next to Fern, lean on him a bit, and I'll like take out Aetherius while I'm just doing my watch and just kind of like be drumming my hands along the blade. And I'll just be thinking about telling my mom that things are going to be okay, and just kind of like reflecting on that.
As you drum along the blade, you can feel like your natural rhythm is like reflected and harmonized by the blade itself, and it creates this kind of like almost emanating your emotion into that kind of guilt and fear into song, and it just kind of begins to play this almost like haunting kind of tune just by tapping on the blade itself. You get that feeling of emotion reflected by the blade.
And then I'll just realize it's probably been about time, and I'll just kind of abruptly stop, just silence the blade, put it away, give Fern a look. Don't look at me like that, pal. It's okay. And then I'll walk in. I'll go wake up.
Okay. Hondo, you are awakened at the deep night over these cliffs. It's your turn.
It's your turn for watch, pal.
I'm ready.
You sit up. Go ahead and make your perception check.
So 16.
What are we doing? What are we doing out here, pal?
16. He's got good perception, even with that roll.
Who's a 3 for the listener? If you're just
yeah.
listening at home.
Not great rolls by Kevin tonight, but nonetheless, thankfully, it is a quiet night. Quiet in terms of activity. The wind continues to kind of howl up this side of these cliffs, and you can tell it is like getting caught in the cove and whistling its way up, and it makes this kind of constantly, like, it sounds like this kind of haunting drone. Constantly, it's just like you can tell is the wind. It's a little unsettling, but nothing, you don't see anything come of it over your watch.
Yep. I'm gonna do a little investigating, I'll walk a bit around and investigate.
Sure.
Make sure there's no banshee or anything watching us.
Sure. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Before last time we were near the sea.
Yeah, no banshee seems specific, but oh my god.
So,
but it has happened to us before.
That was a 6
and 11.
for the listener. Thank you. Yeah.
Hondo, you split from the group and just kind of begin walking along the coastline and overlooking the ocean and trying to just get a better eye to any creatures in the area, and just being naturally suspicious. You trek away from the group entirely for a while, kind of make your way down, and you find a path at the edge of the coast that begins to kind of lead down away and almost like cuts into, in this kind of a switchback way down this coastline that is almost like hanging over, but you can see there's like a little way to kind of walk your way down. It looks treacherous. definitely don't want to try it in the dead of night. But you found a path, and thankfully, no other creatures of anything of note.
So this path, like it just goes straight like that?
Now it's kind of like a switchback pattern, like cut into the side of the rock, and it would basically it would trek down and then it would cut back and switch back the other way, and it would continue basically zigzag its way down to the base as far as you can tell.
Just to be safe, I want to take a few rocks and just throw them down the path.
Sure.
Or throw them at, if I can see like lower parts of the path, throw it at.
You just start just hucking rocks, and you watch as they just drop away out of sight, and you lose sight of them in the darkness, and you just hear them cracking against stone, and it echoes and kind of builds, and you hear that sound kind of building and echoing off of this rock, and it almost projects it out over the ocean, given this the acoustics of this kind of weird cove. And thankfully nothing comes of it, but
I'll just
you do it nonetheless.
I'll pause for a minute. I'll do a ha 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 ha, and I'll walk back.
It echoes as well, and it echoes hauntingly and creepily over the city, or over the islands and over the ocean. As you return, thankfully, nothing of note through the night, and you guys are in relatively safe areas, safe country, and happily, you go and return to your group. As it's about time to wake up the last person for watch. Who do you wake up?
I'll wake up.
Mary or Gord?
Mary, sorry.
It's okay. I was like, don't say Brawley.
That's why it threw me off.
Did I hear you laughing ominously, or please tell me that was just a dream, because you
Oh,
wouldn't.
no. I had a good moment where
Great.
my investigation proved my hypothesis
Which was
that the banshees are not real.
we fought banshees, didn't we? Like
Twice.
Yes,
Twice?
but
I just
Not
in my half
there.
asleep.
not in this area. I meant
not in
in
this
this area.
area. I mean, that's fair. Not in
That's
this
fair.
area.
That's fair.
If I have to fight something because you woke it up, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Go to sleep. I will wake you up.
Mary, for
Very
the
well.
last watch, go ahead and make your perception check.
Oh, you're also rolled bad. My perception's not as good as Honda's. 10.
Okay.
You wake up, you settle in to do your watch, and it is, again, quiet, but you watch as the sun begins to kind of rise over the ocean. And it's just a quiet kind of morning, and you're less really watching for threats here, as you guys have a pretty, you're kind of in open terrain. You found a good spot to kind of nestle in. You're in a relatively open area. You can see threats coming from all directions if they were to come. It's not a challenging threat now that light is kind of coming back to the morning, but it is just a kind of quiet reflection time to yourself to kind of mull over all the things that have happened of late. And you kind of get lost in those thoughts for a bit.
Seeing stars is a little different now.
Yeah.
It's almost a relief to have the sun come up again, which is odd because she likes night.
But thankfully, a night passes safe and sound. Morning greets you. And you do, in fact, see the 3 islands you're looking for directly ahead of you. You're able to make your way down. And if you want to try again now, a new day has sprung with a perception check to see if you can see an opening or village of any sort, any kind of signs of civilization. Who wants to go ahead and do that?
I do.
Okay,
you have
With
disadvantage.
disadvantage?
Fuck. Still, I'm pretty good at this. Okay. Oof. First one's a 14, second one's a 17, but I still do pretty high, so it's a 20.
Okay.
Sorry, I said 7, not 17, right? Yeah, a little 7. It's a 20 overall.
yeah, shielding your eyes against this like rising sun, it burns. All of a sudden, you're getting like the full brunt of that sensitivity, and everything just suddenly becomes like you can feel your skin is all prickly and painful. And just trying to hone your eyesight, you're just like cupping everything you can, pulling your hood low, and you make this little tunnel to look through. And right where you have this kind of positioned, you do see this kind of break in the trees, and you can see signs of like these looks like thatch and like red tile shingled structures. You can just see the roofs of a couple in this kind of circular structure in this open area on the kind of northernmost island.
Do you guys see that one over there? That's got some structures I can kind of see. Why don't we head for that? Do you want to go airborne here? I think honestly airborne would be easier than by the sea. We don't really have like a lot of vessels.
Or did I miss, Kyle, if there are any ships in this like harbor area or boats or like?
Val was specifically looking for like this village area, some sign of life. If you want to look just to see if there's any sign of like activity.
Any ships in general that we can see from here, kind of thing, to see if it's like a normal trade-ish kind of route.
Make a perception check.
It's a 14 plus 6. That's
20.
While Val is focusing on the islands themselves, you're looking at the surrounding ocean and beyond. From above, you do see there are maybe 3 small boats of some kind. They look very small from this distance, but you would imagine like small fishing boats, maybe a couple of people, but probably only 1, maybe 2 to each, that are just fishing in the actual cove itself, like up in like what would be beneath this kind of overhang. It doesn't look like there's any large ships in the area, and at this height you can see that you can see the lines of where the tide comes in and out, and the rock itself is really jagged all around the islands, and it looks like it would be very treacherous for any ships to kind of make big ships to make their way in and around this cove, in and around any of these 3 islands. In the distance, you can see a couple kind of sailing and making their way, but none seem to be making their way down this way. You'd also note that in conversation with Valentine, and Valentine would know this just from growing up in Verdantia, Verdantia was never a big port, like trading hub. They have a small dock and port, but nothing notable, nothing like the Kings Bay in Arendelle. They're a point along the east coast, but Verdantia was never known much for its trading and its resources. What resources were around Verdantia were more to like sustain Verdantia.
Okay, well, I was more thinking, are we gonna freak anyone the fuck out by flying over them? There's some boats down there, but
We can land, like we can try and avoid people and just land on the beach and then walk in.
I mean, for sure, but we're also definitely flying over open water. It's fine. I just got to get used to the fact that we're going to draw attention to ourselves.
We're
no matter where we go
legendary
now.
heroes. We're the Wildcards.
They're not going to know that, though. So if you throw that name around, sometimes when you assume that people know who you are, you end up offending them. So you just got to come into it with like a little bit of whatever the opposite of ego is.
I don't think there is one. And that's why we're getting merch. That's why I got those posters made. Anyways, Honda, you want to be a giant bird and fly Gord in your back?
I don't mind at all.
There's also Keith. Keith
I start
needs
to-
go somewhere, and you may want to make Keith a thing instead. Because
We can
do
just
have a
use
carpet.
the casting of... Fuck. Don't have that. Yeah, right. We have the carpet. I could transform Keith into a giant bird, and he could fly Brawley.
Yep. Hondo and Gord can ride on the back of any of the 3 mounts.
That's true.
Easy enough.
There's also a carpet.
Yep.
Go so slow. It'd be cool to swoop in on them, like do a couple passes.
So
Oh,
I'm using the Pegasus now, and then if something happens in 8 hours and we don't have her, we're just gonna deal with that? I can do that.
I think so.
First thing in the morning.
What, you think this stranger we've never met before, who's got like an ominous, like, story
Who has a
about this
huge
relic we're
amount of
hiding?
experience.
Yeah, former adventurer.
Not
It's
so
an
much
old
worried
bird.
about him, worried about other crap on these mysterious islands that we don't know about. But yeah, sure. Fuck it.
They're
Do
called
you
the
want?
Slumbering Isles. No one's gonna wake up.
I was gonna say, do you want me to drop any bombs?
Ooh,
Well, we
no.
used most of
Do
our
you
bombs.
have bombs? What bombs do you have?
Any kinds of attacks? I can.
I
Mm,
think that we probably want to slip in and out as relatively unnoticed as possible. I mean, our enemies may or may not have eyes everywhere. I'm assuming they know, in general, what the fuck we're going to be doing in this time off. We have these fancy relic things. It makes sense that we'd want to get more. But maybe we don't draw them attention to these small places that just have people trying to live their lives. So, like,
Feels
with the
fair.
least amount of bang possible is what I'm getting to. Literal
Very
bang.
well, very well.
Let's not blow innocent people up. In
I
conclusion.
will, with Brawley's consent, polymorph Keith into a great horned owl, like a huge one. But his little horns
Absolutely.
just become like his little like eyebrow things.
Aww.
Easy enough, keeping the same kind of color and almost like texture of Keith's fur to the wings and the feathers. He becomes a great horned owl. And yeah, you guys are easy enough with your Mira. Mara, you summon Mira.
Honda, you want to ride on the back of mine?
Sure, I'm ready.
And then Gord, you could ride with Mira. Go.
Yep, that kind of makes sense because that is faster than the carpets.
Yeah. With Valentine casting a little polymorph and taking Mira and obviously Fern, you guys are able to easily jump off the edge of this cliff and coast and fly over. You fly over the first island, and you can see it's a smaller island, and there's not much to see other than heavy jungle terrain. On the second one, they're kind of like three parts with like a line of water in between each of them, and you can see that they were almost like a hole broken into three. They're like a pie chart almost. And the one on the furthest side, you can see with even just your passive perception some breakage in the heavy jungle cover, where you can see water, and you can see there are some like old, maybe they were once structures, maybe it was something else, maybe it was a like some kind of like statue kind of or point of interest like on the island, but is long kind of fallen and destroyed. But you don't see any signs of movement or life beyond natural animals and birds and things. But on this third island, where Valentine had previously spotted this kind of opening in the canopy of jungle, as you guys take the hour to make your way up and around, you begin to survey and see that nestled in this third island, there is a small village. And from this relatively tropical, kind of overgrown, untamed island, you can see there are a very small amount of people making their way around this small little village as you guys are kind of circling. And as you do begin to kind of circle into the open canopy, you notice the people that are down there are stopping in their tracks and looking up and watching as a giant owl, a Pegasus, and a green flying fox are just kind of circling over their village. Nobody's running in fear. They're just kind of watching. As
This is what I was hoping to avoid. A lot of faces looking up at us.
It's radio back.
There's
I
not
think
a
it's
lot.
going great.
There's not a lot. You notice from here maybe a dozen people.
More than 3 is a lot.
It's not true.
It's barely a
Yes.
crowd.
Are you guys like going to land in the middle of this village, or are you gonna like circle away? You do see this is the least overgrown island of the 3. You can see there's beaches all around the outskirts of the island itself. You could land on the beach outside, travel through jungle. You could land right in the middle of the village. You could land in the jungle. What do you guys want to do?
In the village.
In the village, I think, and I think we should land quick because polymorph only lasts an hour.
And
so I
on a
don't want
building.
Keith to
Let's
drop.
crash through a roof.
On a building?
Don't like that. Don't
I
like
want to
that.
crash through a roof.
How much money you got to pay
Glad Honda's not
damages? Huh?
driving.
No, it's not piloting any of these, thankfully.
Shouting over my shoulder at him.
As you guys bicker and come down quickly, as Keith like lands and just in time turns back into a giant goat, as a couple of voices just kind of recoil in shock. You guys see about people standing in about maybe a dozen buildings of relatively simple construction, simple wooden construction. Thatch roofs, some are clay, like red clay tile roofs and red clay tile kind of accents all around, all kind of surrounding this small, almost pond-like, but very, very clear water that's kind of falling in from this kind of river that winds in out of the jungle. It kind of, all of these buildings are kind of surrounding this little lake, more like a pond. And as I say, there were a dozen. Now you're looking at about 25 people, all in kind of nothing fancy. They're all wearing like super standard garb, though colorful, and all just kind of like looking around and like gauging whether it is time to run or whether you guys come in peace.
See, now it's a crowd, Mary. I will just like wave, just like give my best smile. Hey everyone, sorry for the dramatics.
What are you all
Do
looking at?
Dude, easy. Do y'all speak common here?
Of course we speak common. One of these people kind of steps up. You can see this woman with like this hair kind of like done up in this kind of like tall, like spiraling hair as she steps forward off of the porch of one of these buildings. Of course we speak common. What are you doing here, and why are you arriving in such fashion?
We're the Wildcards. We're a bit of an adventuring party, and also a big fan of a resident of this island, and we were just trying to track him down. The writer, Abbotsford.
You hear almost like a collective groan from the amassed group, and everyone begins to kind of.
Everything I say. Everything I say.
They begin to kind of split away as this person kind of hangs their head a little bit and steps forward. Says, "What business do you have with Abbotsford?"
What's it to you?
Well, he is a wealthy proprietor of this island, and he provides us with a lot of coin. I see a lot of adventurers show up here, and I see them either trying to abscond with him or his coin, neither of which I want to be absconded with.
We want neither of those things. We actually know an acquaintance of his, someone who used to run with him in the Sunrunners, and they directed us his way, and we just wanted to pick his brain.
She
about
puts her hand
adventure.
up
Oh.
and just says, I don't care.
Okay.
As long
What we're
as
looking for is a
he's-
story.
Make a persuasion check with advantage, thanks to Valentine.
A natural 20 did not the second roll.
So you got a net 20?
What's your
Yeah.
sorry, you got a natural 20?
Sick.
Okay.
I did. I got a natural 20, which comes to 21.
Nice.
So fun. Just a 1 for persuasion. So
She
funny.
kind of squints her eyes ever so slightly and says, just a story.
Yeah.
Well, you arrive in quite fanciful fashion for a single story, but
Literally because it's fast.
I suppose. Well, she kind of looks up at the sky for a second and says, well, you might need to wait a little while. He's probably still drunk.
Oh.
He might be fine. You'll figure it out. She kind of points to the far end, the south end of the village here. She says, there's a path. Follow it. It'll lead you to his abode. If you're looking for a story, might be smart to sober him up first, but he won't take kindly. Just make sure he doesn't leave.
If you don't mind me asking, what were you all hoping we were doing here?
we weren't hoping you were doing anything here. We were worried that something horrible was about to befall us. People don't normally drop out of the sky into a village.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, Valentine. This is all very ostentatious. We're quite aware. Like I said.
What's that? What was that word? Ostentatious? I don't know if I've heard that before. We should talk about it.
Is there any, you said you're happy with the coin that he brings your area. We haven't had breakfast yet. Is there some establishment we could be patrons of? Support the village a little bit while we're here and waiting for him to, recover from his cups?
We don't have much in terms of room and board, inn and tavern. However, I'd be more than happy to make something for you if you're willing to pay.
Oh my god, that's so kind. Of course, if you would extend your hospitality to us, we would be happy to exchange gold for those services.
Yep. And are you married by any chance?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I have not taken a suitor just yet. Are you in the market?
No, I am. No, I'm just trying to, get to know the women of the island. Like what
He
are
hasn't
they
taken
like?
a suitor either. That's the thing. So
What are the women like here?
you're talking to one, Hondo.
You'll find out. Follow me. And she begins to lead you to the structure that she had walked off initially.
Can I ask you a quick question before we head inside? Would it be okay if our mounts took a drink from this water here, or is that kind of disrespectful?
No, it's water to be drank.
Okay.
If they're thirsty, more than
Yeah,
welcome.
for and Keith, if you want to, that's okay.
Thank you for asking.
I don't want to be ostentatious. I think I'm very.
That is not the correct
how you
use
use
of that word.
fuck? Shit.
No, it's not.
You're welcomed into a relatively small home, and the kitchen and dining and kind of area is all one room. You can see there's not a second floor. There's one door leading off of it that is currently closed, and the one door into it that you walked through. It is cramped with all of you in here, and yet this woman begins going ahead, and you can see on the table and on the counter, you can see there's already like fruit kind of being prepared and cleaned, and she's able to quickly whip up something that resembles a kind of a tropical breakfast. There's not so much meat, there's no bread or cheese, but it's all very much based in kind of fruit, and she only asks for a gold collectively.
Give her 10 gold.
She is thrilled by the appearance of gold, and you very, very quickly gather that these people are not particularly well off, but they are happy to be hospitable. At least
Really
this one.
appreciate this kindness. This is so generous of you.
Well,
I'm sorry, we didn't ask your name.
My name is Luciana. And to speak of generous, this is a significant amount of coin. I thank you very much. I'm quite happy to have you have dropped out of sky today. I apologize for the brusque nature in which we met.
Yeah, we do have to work on our manners. As you can see, we're a little rough around the edges. You did mention, if I could ask you a question, Luciana, does Oberon want to leave this island, or do people want to take him away from this island?
There have been, over the years that he has lived here, there have been a number of people not quite unlike yourselves who've come seeking his past, not necessarily to take him away or make him pay for it, but he has lived a colorful life and had a rather lucrative adventuring career. People believe what they read in his stories, whether they're true or not. Those who believe that whatever adventures he had, there's more out there that he hasn't shared, and they're seeking that coin. They're seeking the treasures. They're seeking what he may have left behind and what he has gained in this time. It's only once thus far, truly, where things came to blows, where he was nearly taken against his will. And, you know, though he is a bit of a drunk, he's a kind heart, a good storyteller. We would miss him.
How
And his
long
coin.
ago was that?
It might have been only a couple of years.
Not that this is our business, so feel free to not answer, but do you remember anything about the people who were looking for him? Can't imagine they were too good of heart if they're willing to forcefully remove someone.
Truthfully, I don't really remember much of them. It happened rather quickly. Once they realized there were more people kind of standing against them, and I make jest of Oberon's drinking habits and ailing mind. It's not quite as ailing as I allude to. He's still quite quick and quite powerful. He was an adventurer of some repute in his day, as you most well know. Some of that still lingers when he's sober enough to wield it.
Do you mind pointing us, once we finish our meals here, in the right direction? What time of day is it now, Kyle? We probably
Just
got up
down
kind
that
of
path.
early.
You guys have traveled, you woke up early, you traveled for an hour. You've been at this point, you know, it took maybe a half hour, 45 minutes at this point where like you're enjoying breakfast and like getting to know Luciana and taking in the day. So you're maybe at 9, 10 o'clock, super early. But she says, I'll happily lead you down the path. I don't think I want to disturb him today, but I'll lead you at least to just outside of his house.
We'll do the disturbing, probably.
I think that was.
Thank you, though. It's very kind.
As I say, you have been most kind, and I judged you a little too quickly, but your coin is just as good as any. So I appreciate it. If you're ready, I can lead you at any point.
Yeah, let's do it.
Following.
Ooh, can I ask one thing?
Yeah.
When we go outside, is the terrain like, is there sand or is it pretty, like, what's the terrain like here?
In the village itself, it's kind of packed down sand. It's kind of hardened, and some rock, but you can see, and like there've been a couple of areas where like some simple wooden bridges and structures and pathways have been kind of set into sand and rock, but just beyond the village, as she leads you through the village and then out, it is like a sandy ground, sandy terrain.
I'll kneel down and I'll take out an empty potion vial, and I'll just put some of the sand in the potion vial and like stopper it, and then put it in my bag.
Kind of this not quite white sand, but it's almost like yellowy. You pocket it, away you go. As you follow Luciana through this simple path through the jungle, she leads you for maybe 15-20 minutes through jungle, and you can see the path is relatively well traveled, but the jungle itself does kind of reach in and overgrow. It's pretty warm and humid as you're traveling through the jungle. You can hear creatures kind of skittering through, and you hear some birds call, though relatively quiet, not full scale like Amazon style jungle. But you do begin to, at this 15-20 minute mark, see a simple looking structure of wood and thatch. You see a covered wraparound deck surrounds this kind of cabin, and you can see stairs that lead down to a sandy path that you're walking on that will meet up to. Luciana begins to hang back at this point. You can see that the home is positioned with its back to the path into the jungle and the island itself, and faces out over a cliffside that you can kind of see opens and clears before you. You can see the ocean beyond. It stands high enough that you can see it kind of drops down and, far away from the water's edge, avoids high tide and storm surge, but still close enough to catch some spray of any particularly large waves. Even at this distance, you guys are still maybe a couple hundred feet away. You can faintly hear like classical style, like dulcimer music kind of faintly playing from within the structure. And like the faint kind of sounds of wood creaking to the sound of the beat. Luciana says, "You'll find him here. I wish you luck. I hope you find what you're looking for. Or hear what you're looking for, I should say.
Thank you.
And if you ever have any need to drop good coin, you know where to come."
You made a delicious breakfast. And I'm sure someone's looking for seconds. Stare at Hondo.
With a little bit more prep time, I could make up something quite nice. We don't get too many visitors down here, and in truth, we get a little cagey against the ones we do get. So when we do have fine company, it's worth spoiling them.
Valentine, how long will we be on this island?
I mean, up to all of us. Maybe a day, maybe a night. Maybe a night into a morning.
Well, miss, why not make us something good for dinner?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, so you kind of ask. It would be so
Spare
lovely.
no expense.
Would you want to do dinner later, Luciana? We could pay for it if you'd like.
She says, "If he pays, I'll happily cook you something."
We want the works, okay? The works.
Like I say, if you pay,
Give her
we'll
some
make
coin.
something.
You want now?
Of course.
Well, what, you wanted to go buy this with her own money?
I don't
and then
know
we
what is
bamf
going to
on her?
happen here. You
Yes,
guys-
very well. I'll have one of my partners pay. Hey, you, Valentine, pay.
Motherfucker. I'll say
I don't
that
want
soon.
his coin. I want your coin.
She wants your coin, pal.
Very well. Here's
I just lean
here's
into
10
him.
silver.
10
10
silver
silver for the works. Come on. What are we doing?
All right,
She-
all right. How much do you need? I don't know. What's the prices like on this island? Is there inflation? What are we talking about?
You set the price. If you want to give me the coin, that's what you get.
Everything
10
is
silver?
market price.
Well, maybe I make what 10 silver worth of a dinner is like to you. You give me a little bit more, maybe it's a little better.
I'll give you. Let me just look at my wallets for a minute. Okay, I will give you. How does 30 gold sound?
Holy fuck.
That sounds like a good dinner.
30 gold it is.
We determined that 1 gold is like $200 our money. You just gave her so much money.
Yeah.
Hondo has no concept of gold.
Yeah.
Just like, no.
With
He's a
the-
pirate, it tracks.
With a super straight face, she just puts her hand out as you kind of count out 30 gold. She also pockets that silver as well. And
Take that too.
and as she just kind of takes this kind of mound of gold, she says, "Well, I hope you intend to actually stay. A grand dinner will be awaiting you."
For that, we will. No pressure. You don't have to. Just something nice.
I didn't have any plans for today. I'll happily whip something up.
Might have plans after that.
Sorry, I'm choking.
It's okay. We make people nervous. Well, let's gingerly walk up to this hut. Can I make a general... Can I make it more of a general perception check of like, do I hear any more noise coming from inside aside from the music? What kind of music is it too? Is it like
It's
one
this.
instrument?
It sounds like a couple of instruments all playing in great harmony. But go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, great. Disadvantage too, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's okay. 5 plus 18.
Okay. As Luciana kind of leads your group, and you guys begin to make your way closer, you do hear this classical music kind of playing. Multiple instruments, but led by a dulcimer. And this faint kind of wood creaking that kind of sounds along to the beat. And as you kind of make your way up along the path towards the steps up, you see at the front porch, kind of sitting in this rocking chair. And as you approach, you see a halfling in his mid to late years in this wicker style rocking chair sitting on the front porch. His hair has turned ashy and unkempt, wild sideburns of the same ash gray and bushy eyebrows to match. He wears a light shirt that's kind of open all the way down to a relatively bulbous belly, and shorts with no shoes. Atop his head, he has a hat kind of hung low, this kind of tattered straw sun hat, kind of hung low over his hat, over his eyes. And the creaking of the rocking chair is constantly kind of like slowly shifting him back and forth. To the beat of the music, he gently snores as well, accompanied by a puff of smoke from the pipe that hangs precariously from an half-open mouth. With each kind of puff of smoke, the music kind of kicks up a little beat. Music seems to be like in tune with his snoring and its rise and fall.
God, do we wake him up? What do you guys want to do? This is kind of awkward. I'll just like clear my throat.
Yeah, good idea. Maybe like nudge him, maybe like
Touch
move
him?
the chair,
Touch
like kick the chair slightly.
Kick the chair?
Like not kick it, but like just give it. It's a rocking chair. Like give it a nudge so it moves. But or he's like, oh, he thinks it's himself, and then we're just kind of standing there.
Do you want to try and do that?
I can try.
As Allie creaks up the steps, leading the party, you kind of like you're just trying to like give like a heavy rock to the rocking chair, just a real quick push. That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Okay. You kind of step with a boot on the edge of it, and then just like step down hard, and you watch it rock and kick back, and his hat kind of tops up and then falls back. He's still sleeping.
I don't think that worked.
No, I don't think so. Sir? Oberon Abbotsford? Oh, God.
Just kick his chair, for goodness sakes.
We just nudged his chair.
Can I get Keith to yell?
Sure. As
Screams.
you're standing up on top of the deck, you look back at Keith, and you just kind of go back over to Keith, and you just kind of give him a quick little nudge, and he lets out this loud bleat, this loud echoing bleat that echoes through the jungle, and you hear birds fly out of the nearby trees. And those of you who remained up on the deck, Oberon sits up with a start, shakes his head, the hat flies off, and you just see these wild puffy sideburns and these wild eyes open as he sits up. I'm not buying what you're selling.
Not selling anything, sir.
Well, okay. What are you doing on my porch?
The Grey Lady sent us your way. She said you had some tales that would be interested for us.
The Grey Lady sent you, then why don't I roll out the fucking red carpet? Get off my fucking porch. And you go back and tell that bitch I never want to fucking see her again.
Wow.
I was in the north, sir, and I actually found one of your books. It belonged to a little ghost girl that we ended up rescuing from this ship, and I'd be remiss if I left without you signing it.
He looks over the book and looks up to you and says, I'm glad you took good fucking care of it. It's clearly in horrible condition.
Well, she like drowned with it, and then this like sea banshee was like, haunting the crypt of the ship. So I've kept great care of it since then.
You're looking for an autograph? He woke me up to sign a fucking autograph.
I mean, that was just like softening you up because the people in town were like, he'll be drunk, so you gotta like soften him up a bit before.
Oh, I'm
Why
not
we're-
drunk. I had a couple of drinks. It's not drunk.
We're like that, you know. We have a couple of drinks. What it is like?
And he kind of gets up and like begins making his way into the house, and you hear the music stops as soon as he enters the house. The door is just kind of like swinging open. It doesn't seem to stop. It's just kind of like a saloon door.
Should we go in? Let's go in. Let's go in.
You hear the
Go in,
rattling of
obviously.
bottles, shifting of paper. You guys go in.
Yeah, I'll follow in.
Inside is there's no light inside other than the light that's kind of pouring in from outside. There's no source inside. There are stacks of crates. There are stacks of books and parchment and paper. It is run down and it is unkempt and cluttered. Old maps rolled all over the table and odd trinkets and things kind of all baubles all over the place, and empty white and brown bottles scatter every surface as Oberon is like pulling and opening crates and throwing one out of the way and opening another crate and looking to find something else to drink. You see 3 instruments kind of like sat in the corner that are just like now shifted off to the side. They seem to move independently and like shift and like all like group together and like shift in your direction as you enter, and like almost like are watching as you enter. As Oberon,
I'll give a little bow to one of them, to all of them.
you watch as like the bow of like this cello or violin just like dips in response. But that's it. As Oberon finally finds a bottle, you hear the uncorking of it and a quick swig back as he looks back and says, "You're still here."
Yeah, I didn't think our combo was done. It was kind of like left up in the air.
For a moment, I wasn't sure that you were real.
That's fair.
It seems a little bit more real. But you didn't come all the way here for to sign a book. And if the Grey Lady sent you, oh, it's probably something fucking foolish.
Ravenous Maw kind of foolish.
You say the name and you watch the eyes go dark. Like the whole room seems to grow thick, and the music, like the instruments, begin to play like this ominous tone. And he slams the bottle heavily down on the table, and the music instantly just like quickly shrinks and stops. He says, "What fucking foolishness have you gotten yourselves into that you'd ever speak that fucking name this close to water?"
The kind of foolishness that needs what that abomination holds.
Kind of foolishness has already got us this shit, and I'm gonna knock on my armor.
Clang, clang.
It's pretty.
And that one. And that one.
Sure.
I'll ruffle my foliage.
You got some nice armor. Congratulations. You're gonna lose it all when you go and die in fucking Seafarer's End. You did a lot of hard work just to throw it away into the bottom of the fucking ocean. Congratulations.
Is that what you did?
Those days are behind me.
Hence the atmosphere.
This is life post-adventure. Get a good look at your futures. All of you. You had some fancy times. You had some good coin. You had a good run. There's what, 5 of you now? There won't always be 5 of you.
No, there's not going to be. We're well aware of that. I am well fucking aware of that. There's a reason I don't plan for my future. However, there's going to be far less of us come with what we're facing if we don't get ourselves this
There's
kind of shit.
always the world is coming to an end. There's always this threat is bigger than the last. There's always something. I've heard it all. I've been there. Don't give me that shite. I'd understand it better if you were treasure hunters. You just wanted fucking money and gold. I understand that better than we're trying to fuck off. None of it matters.
Okay. Okay.
None of it fucking matters what you're doing. It's foolish. I don't abide it. And this is why I do. Go on.
Why write it all down? Why write it all down? Why make stories out of it?
It was what I had to do at the time. I thought it was a worthwhile endeavor. I thought it was worth telling. And I made good coin doing it. That's why.
Fair. I want to insight check that actually.
Sure, go ahead.
15 plus 8. 23.
Seems to be telling the truth, as far as you can tell.
I was more looking like for any hint of like remorse, like gritting it through. Like, does he believe the words he's saying?
He speaks to his tone speaks to the fact that, like, at the time he was proud and is proud in retrospect of what he did and what he wrote and why he wrote it, but admits now it was more for the money and more to make money off of the past adventures and the stories.
You know where Dawnbringer is now?
Don't give a rat's ass where Dawnbringer is.
Okay. So, sounds like you've been up against that Kraken asshole before.
Yeah.
Is that kind of where the Sunrunners met their end?
That was before them. Sunrunners met their end. Seeking that fucking blade. I wasn't even there. That's a story for a different time. One I'm not likely to tell. If I'll get you out of my fucking house, and I'll get you some semblance of peace. Yeah, I saw the ravenous maw. It wasn't exactly what I was hunting. I wasn't going for no fancy armor or a sword. Before I was with the Sunrunners, I was an adventurer, like yourselves. You ever hear of the Isle of Evermeet?
I look at Hondo. I haven't personally. You've been around the sea. Ever heard of that before?
Hondo, if you want to make a history check.
Oh boy.
Isle of Evermeet?
Mm-hmm.
MEET?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, history. So that's a 6 and a 3.
It definitely escapes you. I would give Val a chance to throw an a history check as well if you wanted.
Sure. Not that great. 7 on the dice plus 7 is 14.
And neither of you really, it doesn't ring a bell to either of you.
Okay.
He looks towards Hondo. Says, "Oh, you're people, and Maybe you don't know. The island of Evermeet was once the first kingdom of elves. The first true kingdom of their kind. And it once stood as the epicenter of their people. At its heart now is where Seafarer's End stands. I believed, and I think much of writings and teachings of history would say the tale of Evermeet was brought down by, he points at Hondo, the Tritons.
Tritons?
They viewed, or they vied the elves for their same land, for the control of the waters around Seafarer's End, or what is Seafarer's End now? Once Evermeet. And in their maybe blind madness, maybe the Tritons really are as dark as people believe. They sought something greater than themselves to do their dirty work. I don't even think they would have expected it to be quite as bad as it turned out. But they turned to dark forces to call down the elves. Don't know how, don't know why. But that fucking Kraken destroyed Evermeet.
Well, I can't. What can I say? Our people, they're crazy.
Yeah, that tracks, honestly, from what we know.
But I have not been on Tritonistan in a long time.
That's what he seems to call it.
Well, you're separate
kidding.
from your people, but that doesn't make their history any less true.
Oh, sure, but I mean, I see a Triton tomorrow and he, talks to me the wrong way, I'll kill him.
Kind of like nods his head back and forth, like, okay, sure. Takes a swig. The point isn't so much about the Tritons, it's about what they brought out into our world, or maybe awoken. There's theories that it had always been here. It's a primordial entity, a Titan. It may have been here since the dawn of creation, but they called it down, and it swallowed Evermeet whole. There's still remnants of Evermeet around Seafarer's End. Islands, bits and pieces of the isle that was. And I believed in my youth, much like adventurers such as yourselves, that there was gold and there were treasures to be found from the sunken Evermeet. So, as I say, before I was running with the Sunrunners, I set sail with a crew of treasure hunters, looking to make my mark, looking to make some coin, looking to find something worthwhile. Or any of you sailed? Any of you been on the water? Any of you been?
That
Two of us have.
me. That is my second name.
The water?
Then you know of Seafarer's End. You know of the treachery. You know the storm that calls. Around. Good.
Sorry. I was just saying it is a place that you do not want to sail.
Precisely. A perpetual storm surrounds what lies there. And the maelstrom will swallow any ship whole. But once you break through that outer ring, you're in. And there's no getting out. We were foolish. We thought we could ride it out. When that ship went down, you're just tossed. You're spinning, you don't know which way is up. You can't swim, you don't know which way to swim. You're just at the whim of crazy, massive ocean. This storm, hurricane winds, darkness all around. Even in the broad daylight, doesn't matter. The waves aside the mountains. You know, you've seen rough seas. You can handle rough seas. You can get tossed in rough seas, but you can always kind of find your way. Eventually it'll pass. This storm never ends. But I saw something that day in those waves. It's kept me from the ocean ever since. In the fucking maelstrom. In the heart. A mouth. A maw. Thousands of teeth. Crushing, tearing through bone, wood. You're below the water and you hear the screams. You're above the water, you hear the screams. You're below the water again, and all you can hear is that her fucking growl. Those eyes. Like beacons of hatred, and yellow and orange eyes. I don't think I've ever swam so hard. As far as I know, I'm the only one ever to have survived that ship. I've never met anyone I was traveling with those days. I think they all died that day. I don't know how I got away. Just washed up on one of the outer islands one day. I was there for a time. That's when I wrote that foolish song. I put it in the book. There's a reason it's called Dead Man's Song. You sing it, and you're out on the seas. You're as good as dead. It's like a call. That Kraken will hear it from anywhere around the seas. She'll fuck you up. That's what awaits you. I don't care what trinkets or treasure you think you could find. It's not worth it. But, fuck do I know? I'm an old halfling. My days are numbered. You want to go and die, you can go and die. Not my business.
If your days are numbered, why not bring them some value? Why not end on a high and join us?
Join you. Did you hear any words I just said?
But you're not doing anything of value here. Why not be of use and join us?
So I think living is of value to me. If I had to put it on a fucking scale, I have to say, living trumps dead. And I won't set foot on the ocean ever again.
It was an odd choice to settle so close to it.
I'm a writer. I like poetic irony.
Fair. I get that.
Surrounded by a thing I can't escape. A little prison for myself, a little penance, if you will. I made a poor choice that day, and I tried to live a better life after. You know, I ran with the Sunrunners. We fell off hard, but we had good years. We did good.
Kyle, have we, I can't remember if this is something either the Grey Lady told us or if we've seen it. Have we heard or seen that song in the book before?
Yeah, I was trying to
Yes.
find it. I wrote it down once.
Yep.
It sounded familiar, I just couldn't remember.
I believe it was...
Something comes, the eye that sees all. The one who watches has found your... No, that's not it.
Nope, that's not it.
That sounds like it came from Carval's.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's from Carval. It's rising up from the depths below. Seafarer's end will be yours too. Rising up, maw drawn wide. Oh, how many here have died. Rising up, death comes swift. The Kraken awaits a dead man's skiff. It is
And he was-
Ode to the Deep or Dead Man's Song.
Oh. Great. So giant storm, a wall of storm, They have to get through, but a ship can't get through it. We'd have to get through it. Then we need to figure out.
Are you saying this out loud or just talking as Leah?
I'm just talking out loud.
For what it's worth, and I appreciate you sharing that horrific tale with us. The Grey Lady holds no ill will towards you. She remembers you fondly.
Sure. She's not the one who got hurt.
You did, or Dario did?
I don't give a fuck about Dario either. Did she not tell you about Amadora?
I don't think she did. Kyle, do you think she did? I have no notes about Amadora. No.
No surprising.
I don't think she did, but I'd love to hear about her. Or about them.
Well, you can ask her if you want. Now, you seem real chummy with her. Maybe less so if you hear that story. Maybe you'll understand.
Can I get that name one more time? I'm not saying that to him because that's disrespectful.
Amadora. Amidora. He looks about you all and swigs again. So what is it you're going for?
Relics of the Fatesworn.
Like the blade?
Dawnbringer, yeah. But there's 2 other ones that presumably the Kraken has.
Was I
At
never...
least someone who faced the Kraken had.
Oh, clearly he didn't win that fight.
I think that was the
Wait.
point.
That we know of.
I don't know much about the relics. We only ever had eyes for the one for Dario.
Look at us. Don't shake your head at us. We're as dumb as you were back then, and we're trying to do what you guys did. Trying to save the fucking world from a goddamn 10th layer of hell being opened up on this material plane. So as much as you think your days are numbered, they're about to get a whole lot fucking shorter if we don't figure out how to get a lot stronger quicker. We got until the next full moon, which in case you aren't brushed up on your astrology after being dozen cups deep every night, it's about like 3 weeks away. So anything you got that can make us stronger and keep your days of drinking going, we need. We're talking about going against a fucking Kraken. Listen, man, I don't want to go against a fucking Kraken. I feel the exact same way you do. We don't really have a choice in the matter.
Make a persuasion check.
D&D Beyond, I'm going to use you. Don't fuck me, bro. Not bad. 29. My lucky number.
Oh, I don't know anything about what you're up against in timeline. 3 weeks. Sounds like I'm gonna need to stock up.
I literally laughed.
But I can see the passion for what you believe in. You do remind me of me and us back in the day.
Handsome.
Quite.
Stupid.
Quite.
Stupid's a
Fucking
big
capable. We may be
Ostentatious.
idiots, but we are fucking capable idiots.
So you plan to fight the thing? Plan to kill it?
No, fuck no. Not if we don't need to.
You don't think you need to?
Not
There's
sure.
We have crazier friends that have offered to aid us in potentially destroying this beast. What we really want is those relics, which could make us stronger to really take down any kind of evil, primordial sea beast, hellish devil. Whatever it is, the wildcards are up to the challenge, but we just need help.
That's a tall order. Look, it's doing me no good here. I had a map from back in the day. And he starts rummaging, seeking a map.
Oh shit, I will take this fall.
That he starts kind of unfurling across this table.
God. Fuck me.
And as he kind of does, he plants an empty bottle on one corner and a half, burned down candle on the other, and holds the other end and kind of has one he hold the other corner and starts kind of pointing out the map. It says, obviously scale not exact, but from the southern southwestern tip of Maztica, you're about 2 days short of that, to the heart of Seafarer's End. This used to be, as I say, at least what I believe to be a continent, or an island of Evermeet. It was a large-scale island. There's these ring around here, all these islands, these smaller islands. They're uninhabited last I was there anyways. There's not much more there than rock and a little bit of vegetation. Could provide a little bit of shelter though if you need it. The northern and southern islands are a little bit bigger. And there's some critters and creatures around. But you can see a little bit of artistic license in there about the maelstrom.
Yeah.
As I say, that doesn't stop. You got reefs and ocean around Evermeet. You're going to have to deal with, worse than his kind. You got the vicious marrow who believe the Kraken their god all around the area.
Great.
They're as dangerous as a maelstrom sometimes. If you can get past the outer ring, you might be able to breach the inner coastline of old Evermeet. As I say, all around these islands here. That's your one last stop. Your one chance to say, maybe we say fuck this, maybe this is a bad idea, and turn around. You get a chance of peace, serenity. I maybe take a night there. Beyond that is miles of stormy sea, hurricane winds, waves size of mountains. Kraken barely has to do anything. That storm will tear you down. You need a hell of a captain to navigate that. A strong warship too. You can keep your course. Beneath those waves is where old Evermeet is, and at least I believe where she slumbers. I imagine in the heart of the city, heart of the island. Don't know where. That's a big land mass you're looking at under the sea. Somewhere in there. You can always try and call her to you. Use the song.
I'm gonna ask if that was a little, what's the word? If that was a story, if that was just, flavor.
Myth.
Or if that was something that would actually fucking work.
He says, I didn't write it until after. But I've heard, he nods again to Hondo and says, sailors and pirates can be superstitious. And maybe it's just story, maybe it's just folklore. That when someone starts saying those words on the seas, they fucking mess them up so nothing comes. But that has to start from somewhere. Those old legends and folklore typically come from an element of truth. Much like my stories, there's a lot drawn out, but most of them come from a core of reality.
Some more than others, though.
True.
Could also
So-
try and use.
Sorry.
Good.
I was gonna say we could also try and use that as a diversion. If we have something that summons the beast, if we had help from a capable airship captain, we could see if we could summon it away. I don't know if this beast keeps relics on its person, or if it has some sort of layer.
I mean,
Remember the
like,
dragon
we're-
Remember the dragon we fought?
Which one?
The shadow smoke demon one, the one you saved Hondo's life from.
The one that
Remember
Hondo
its
decided
layer
to go?
itself was littered with coin and treasure? I don't know if a kraken is the same.
From what I understand, they're not similar. A kraken, the only way they are similar is if they are deadly and they're both very smart. Krakens are highly intelligent creatures. You can draw it out, it'll work. But keeping her attention, that's a different story. She doesn't see an obvious win in her favor. She's not going to stick around just to let you pound on her. Or she's going to make it worse for you somehow.
I mean, maybe we got super lucky and the object of our desire, was face was taken out by the storm and not the kraken. But given how capable he was and the whole point of going there to die, I'm assuming that's not what happened. Kyle, do we have any idea, either from history or his story, timeline-wise, in terms of when what was his name? Ragnar Stormborn. Did I get that right?
Hmm?
When he, committed suicide by kraken, and when this whole island got swallowed and eaten up thing. Like, do you have any idea timeline-wise how long ago this was?
No, so this is the first you're hearing of the island of Evermeet in the first place, the first kingdom of elves. But you have to imagine first kingdom of elves being
Long fucking time ago.
old.
Yeah.
And all of the stories of the relic holders, the first kind of relic holders, is pretty ambiguous as to their end. The only thing you would know is they at the very least would have held them in the days of the reckoning, which was about 800 years ago. So how long they lived after that, right?
I was just trying to find my notebook from that notebook.
You know that Ragnar was dwarven in nature,
Mhm.
so his lifespan could have been several hundred years. So you got a pretty wide kind of net to throw.
We could ask Goof, see if he's heard any more.
Sure.
Trying to think of other ideas, if there's any other information we could use while we're here. Just going through my notes. Well, having the name of the island talking at a game, like Scott, that gives you something for legend lore. Potentially.
There's a couple options there. Knowing more about Mastika, Seafarer's End. What are the name of your little instrument friends?
They don't have names, they're instruments.
It's kind of mean.
Why?
I'll just casually walk over to them.
They don't do anything.
Just kneel down. You guys got names?
He leans over, now sitting in a chair, and it's he snaps his fingers and they all just
They collapse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Definitely just animated objects.
snap my fingers and animate them again.
Your animate fizzles in your hands as you guys all watch Oberon with just a finger gun counterspell your cast and says, "Don't animate my objects. Those are mine." That's a rude thing to do in someone else's home.
Guess you're right. Just thought it'd be rude not to name your friends.
Sure. They're not my friends.
Yeah, you don't seem the chummy type. Well, listen,
Not really.
we really appreciate the difficult stories you've shared with us here today. And yeah, a couple of days after the next full moon, if you're still breathing, have a drink on us.
I'll certainly have a drink.
On us.
I'll certainly have a drink.
Oh, I got something for you. I'll pull out one of the bottles of wine from Daisy and Elias.
Oh, well, now you're talking.
Only after 3 days
Sure.
after the next full moon. Clunk.
That's fair.
Why don't you join us for dinner? We're going to have a massive feast tonight.
We are. This fool paid 30 gold for a good dinner. So if you want to come swing by, I think her name was Luciana's. We'd be happy to. Well, it's kind of rude again to invite you over to a guest house, but we paid a lot of gold, so I don't think it'd be a problem.
I appreciate the offer. I told you all something today that I haven't spoken about in many years. There's a good chance some of you die there.
Mm-hmm.
You can see how that would weigh on my conscience.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I understand. But it would be the first time that I was involved in one of your deaths. I don't know you from anybody. Just met you today. I think you might still be partially figments of my imagination. But by telling you this, giving you this map, I'm just contributing.
If it eases your conscience, we'd be going there with or without this information. So, with the information, we have a bit more of a chance.
Well, good luck to you then.
Well, listen. It's literally 2-minute walk over there. You're going to see a big fox with wings outside and a huge ass goat. You can stay here like every other night. And I'll be real with you. When you were talking about death and living, every night being the same sounds a whole lot like being dead. So if you want to mix it up, we'll be having 30 gold's worth of who knows what's on this island. I hope it's worth it, Hondo.
It's going to be a lot of fruit.
Yeah, sounds like. What was it, Hondo?
What's our host name again?
The
Luciana?
woman who has the hots for you, Luciana.
Yeah, you want a good meal by Luciana, and entertainment? Come on, man.
We got stories. You can just sit there like a curmudgeon, tell you about the abyss. Hey, you can watch this guy fucking flop, literally. Wield this.
She likes you.
She did actually enjoy you.
Well, I paid well.
You don't have to decide now.
I'll think on it.
Yeah.
I'll think on it. I appreciate it. I appreciate you trying. And
That's what we do. We try. We're the wild cards. All we do is try and fail and try and fail and try and fail and try.
He looks to you and gets kind of unnecessarily close. And you can really smell not good breath. And he kind of keeps quiet. Says, do you love one of these ones?
I love all of these ones.
But you know what I mean.
Of course I do.
When they die, and it's because you acted or didn't act, you're going to live with that. 10, 15 years from now, you might find yourself in a place just like this, sitting and reminiscing about old stories, what you should have done, what you could have done. And all that flair, all that exuberance, the charm, the looks. It's not going to do you a world of good. It's going to be a bitter reminder of the ones you lost. Try and enjoy the time you got. Adventure. Do something stupid. But think of the risks as well. If you really care about these people and you care about one specifically, and even your own skin for that matter, it doesn't end well. So I'll tell you this. One of them, at the very least, won't be getting back up. Maybe not after this. Maybe the next one. But at some point, there's only going to be one card in that deck. It's not going to feel good.
I'll step in real close too.
You guys are like super like nose to nose now.
If she dies, if one of them dies, I'll die too. And for some cowardly reason, I don't fold with the rest of the deck. And I end up in a house like this. I would listen to the young adventurers trying to take care of the ones they love. Just like tap Aetherius and then just like walk out. Maybe glance at Brawley and just like walk out, kind of pissed.
As you do, he looks to the rest of the group. Say, you want to go die, go die. You want to all die together. Congratulations. You all die together. Not my problem.
I'm
Good
too
luck.
rusty, pointing vaguely at the instruments. Because if we all die, you're going to need that shit. So that, point back to the village. So that hopefully not all of them die. Some of them surely fucking will. If we don't get our shit together in the next 3 weeks. I'll follow Valentine.
He sits back down at the table. Allie, Hondo, and Gord, you guys still in the room, or do you leave?
As I leave, I just kind of lead into him like, for what it's worth, I'm sorry about Amidara. And then I leave.
I'll leave too.
Yeah, I'll
He-
leave.
As Hondo, as you're the last one to go, he kind of grabs hold and says, don't take this the wrong way. If everyone out there was to die, are you going to go down with them? Or are you going to save your own skin?
As a Triton, we want to die at the sea. So if we have to go, there is no better way.
Well then, be at peace with your decisions. Sail well. Good luck. If you do survive,
Thank you.
come visit an old man.
We will
I got more
return.
stories to tell.
We will return.
And he just lets go and sits back. What are you guys doing?
What time of day is it now? What? I thought it was muted. What time of day is it now?
Time of day, noonish.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got-
is it like an early dinner or is it a late dinner?
Connor, did you set a time with her? What? It's like a lunch dinner. It's like,
No, we this is gonna be a night feast, man. Like 7 o'clock probably.
Jesus. I would at this point take my boots off and just like walk to the sea and put my little like feet in the sea. Just thinking about what he said. Flex my little toes in the water.
It's a bit of a trek. You gotta like circle around because he's up on this cliffside, but it's like 5 minutes down to the edge of the water. And everyone, you can obviously see the path Val took, and you can even see him as you come out, as everyone trickles out.
I'll turn around. How the fuck are we gonna kill a kraken?
We're not gonna fucking kill that thing. We're gonna try to figure out how we get what we need and we get away with our lives intact. What I'm concerned about is how we get there without killing anyone else.
Gambino? Instead of sailing, we could fly.
We just sent him out on something else for Mephistopheles. He just got orders. We have no way of getting in touch. I know he seemed interested, but he's also fucking Gambino. Give him a shit about, killing some unkillable beast. He's gonna think it's cool, but he's probably had 12 drinks and who knows what he'd think of the morning.
Where, DM, do I have any idea where Maztica is? Like, is that on the southwest side of the continent?
Go ahead and do a
survival?
Do a history check.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Okay. Maztica is not on this continent. Maztica is a different continent altogether.
Jesus.
It would be like all off the east coast.
Oh, but east? Okay.
Yeah. East and away to a different continent.
He said a warship. I love me the Black Parade, but I don't think is it, Hondo, you know the seas, is it capable of handling hurricane
It will take
speed winds?
extra skilled hands like myself. It will take help from a crew like you folks. Well, I admit it's not going to be easy, but I'd say we go for it. Unless, of course, there is a better ship available. But we can't count on that.
You would know, Kev and Brock, you both have sailed for many years. The Black Parade is a pretty sturdy ship. It's not fast. It's more like a warship. It is built to be tougher, but it's slow is the kind of trade-off. It does have significant weaponry attached. That was because you guys had basically jacked that from Syrah. So it has some like cannons that Gambino outfitted. So it has powerful weaponry, but it's slower than your average. It's not like a sailing ship that's pretty fast. It's a slower warship. So keep that in mind. And you would need a crew beyond yourselves to be able to accomplish that. It's like, if you guys are just trying to go like around the coast, it's still hard with just the 5 or 6 of you. But it would be doable with it'd be hard. But to try and do like hard sailing multiple days, like into treacherous terrain, you're going to need more than just yourselves. Because as soon as you get into, like, if you get into a fight, there'd be no one actually controlling the ship in any way, unless you take your actions in the fight to do that. And then, who knows?
I make up that there was a one-armed paladin who helped us in, like, episode 10. Remember that guy?
He wasn't one-armed.
For some reason in my head, he was one-armed. Yeah, let's find that guy. He was very capable. He helped us out on Syrah's Island. It was great.
You don't know if he's alive.
Yeah, well,
Rogue Point got bombed after that.
by the person we partnered up with.
Yeah. Keeping in mind, hiring a crew is not a particularly challenging endeavor. You guys have the coin to pay for people's passage. You could also hire a ship entirely. Like, you don't have to use your ship. You could hire someone else's ship and they can take care of piloting it, and you're just in charge of basically giving navigation and fighting. A little bit costly.
We wouldn't hire them from this island, would we?
Definitely not from here. That doesn't seem to be, from what you guys have seen thus far, there's one village here, and it's the one that you've seen. It's nothing pretty. You'd have to go back to
Arendelle had a
Verdansia,
big port.
Arendelle, Rogue Point to see like what remains of Rogue Point, if there is anything that remains. Verdansia has the chance of like hiring a crew, but Arendelle as well would have just as good, if not a better chance.
The problem is, well, twofold. One, convincing a crew
Mhm.
to go with us, because they're all going to perceive, oh, we're riding to our death. Two, they're probably right. Like we have ways to keep ourselves alive if we get underwater. When, not if. We know this Kraken is probably going to take out whatever fucking ship we take. We will be damning a crew of people, which I am 100% not on board for.
Don't tell them.
What did I just say? Not telling them
reviews. Yeah, like we just
I-
branded. We can't take a bad review like from a whole crew dying. It would look very
Look, we
poor.
don't tell them, and then if they have a problem, we kill them.
That's doubly bad.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not,
that's
it's not
even-
great.
No
not
one to
great.
review if they're not alive.
I guess people might be like, what happened to that crew?
Oh, look, my family never came home. What I'm trying to think of is, can we think of anything that would either A, not require a ship, B, would be fine with getting a ship somewhere and either getting the crew the fuck off there so that they don't go down with a ship that we will absolutely end up losing. Or we find an alternative method so that either there's not a ship involved at all, or I don't know, something else.
I think we need help. I think if
could
we were to
fly.
get a crew, hell, we could get a see if we could raise like a flotilla, couple boats to go out with us, camp out on one of these islands, fucking get rid of this Kraken for good. Sure, we're nuts and insane and we want something very specific with the Kraken, but there's got to be a bunch of treasure here. There's got to be people motivated to get treasure themselves or revenge on this Kraken. We could try and ask around and see if there's anyone who wants to make an alliance and make a run of this, and we could all get something from it.
I mean, I guess we don't know. It's hard to see. Kyle, did he say how many miles wide the storm was?
I don't believe so.
He said it wasn't to scale either. It's like, this is a rough
Yeah, I
drawing.
did say it wasn't scale. Like he's not a particular cartographer exactly, but he wanted to have some kind of drawing of this. But he didn't
Hondo,
say-
how many? Well, real talk. I know I've been joking about this all game. Do we have any Triton allies we could call upon here? Like, your people unleashed a primordial evil. Do they want to unrelease it?
I have not had any communication with any Tritons for many, many years. So unfortunately, that is a no-go.
Okay.
What if we track down Lando?
Lando, the level 2 ranger that helped us once in a desert setting.
the guy
Specializes
who's probably
in
never
desert
seen the ocean.
That guy?
Oh, he probably has seen it from the cliffs of Verdansia.
An ocean of
He's
sand.
well traveled. He's well traveled.
Yeah.
Kevin wants Lando back so bad.
Look. I think the way the seas work, if we want a crew, we tell them straight up, look, this is a risky mission,
Mm-hmm.
but you survive, you come out with gold that you can't even comprehend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You will get people signing up,
Mhm.
100%.
We could literally try. I like this. We could try that in Verdansia and Arendelle. See how many people we could wrangle. There's got to be some insane pirates or people looking for treasure. See if we could get a couple ships going that direction, and then make a plan when we get there. Like post up on that North Island, fight off the whatever those native fish monster people are. But then decide our plan from there. Once we get the train, maybe we could lure this thing out into an area where we could, I don't know, have some sort of at least land advantage over it.
I mean, he said they're not stupid. So my question here is, what happens when? And we don't know the answer to this right now, but we're gonna fucking find out. What happens if it decides it wants to attack a ship and magically we start beating the shit out of it and hold it off, and then it just goes, well, fuck this, and dives.
We chase it. That's the problem.
How?
The wildcards use water breathing, and we go underwater. We can polymorph. I could try and use my magic from the Feywild to make Fern into something that's not a dire fox.
So what if we, I mean, at the very least, we don't know if we need to get the ship to,
The hurricane?
yeah, I mean, we have to get to the ship. Regardless, we have to get to those little outer islands somehow. Ship to get to there at the very least. That I'm less concerned about. I feel like we could get someone to do it. It's hard to know because, I mean, I thought about polymorph. Even just a big ass whale or something that, you know, swims deep enough that the waves aren't as much of a problem. The question is, what the fuck do we do once we get there?
Try and kill it.
And I mean, we're not going to know until we get there, like where that shit is, because we can use that Wayfinder sphere to say, hey, show me where this cool belt and this cool axe are, and that's great. But we don't know if it's in the Kraken's stomach. We don't know if it's going to be sitting on the ground somewhere, and then we just have to grab it and get the fuck out of there. We're not sure yet.
He also described it as
it's hard to plan.
Yes, hard to plan with so many unknowns. He also described it as an underwater city. Like, you know, what was that called?
Like the island sunk, essentially.
Yeah, and that it might be in there.
Did he say, Kyle, that the Marrow are around the area, or like in the eye of the storm, or he didn't say?
He said they worship the Kraken too.
He said the Marrow believe it to be their god and basically patrol the outer ring of Evermeet. So that's kind of there's like the outer ring around the outside of the island ring. There's the inner ring, which is just basically the island itself, and then just before the maelstrom. Then there's the maelstrom that is a mile, 2 mile, who knows, wide and beneath. In theory, the idea is like that whole ring of islands and even that southern island are think of everything was like sucked down. So the whole thing at once was island, and then from the core just like pulled and destroyed from away. So like the outer ring is the remnants that didn't get sucked down. Does that make sense?
Right. That's pretty
So all of that, it's super cool. All of that, in theory, remains in some capacity. So that's what he was alluding to, like the ruins of Evermeet are still there in some capacity.
I mean, maybe this might be a good legend lore thing.
I could do that.
More information. At least then we have. It's just the stories, which we just heard the story, but maybe there's something else. Maybe about before it was sunk. Just to give us an idea of what we might be finding, though broken, down there. I don't know if we won't know until we get there.
Try and scry on it.
On the scry is like
relics.
A person or a place. I think the only reason that worked was because Kevin had Whisper all the time, so you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I broke rules on when you scryed on Whisper. It worked out fine, but it is technically when you scrying is creature, or you can do place. I thought instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you've seen before as a target of the spell.
I know this is cowardly, but potentially again, very bad for our brand and very bad for our morality. But if it did get bad, if I'm still up, I can take 7 creatures within 10 feet of me with a teleport, and I still have a 7th, and we can go anywhere. We could go from the bottom of the sea, getting our asses handed to us by a tentacle beast, to our living room.
Be very wet.
Very wet, but at least we could warm up by the fire.
I mean, if we can get a ship and a crew to the outer ring, we can make a decision once we're there. If we can get some idea of distance, potentially using It's just going to use so many fucking spells. Using a polymorph to get one of us, big ass something fast that can kind of drag everyone else, and that's our transport, so we don't have to worry about a ship above the water. I'm not sure. There's a couple options. I mean, there's also literally having a ghost ship, like we bring crew with us, you send the crew the fuck home, and we let the ship keep drifting to try to attract something. We attack from the water, or we use that as a distraction.
What if we filled a ship with explosives? Like the Hondo plan.
I have a small amount of explosives.
I mean, we buy a lot. We buy a lot.
I bought as much as I could, as much as they could physically get me. They're not exactly easy to find. They're not common.
But what if we looked at spells or something? What if we looked at,
for sure,
filling a ship with something combustible, filling a ship with something poisonous, try and get the Kraken to swallow it, blow it up.
That's a cool idea. Like I said, if we're running some kind of ghost ship, we can get a crew that at least gets us to where we need to go. So we don't have to stay up all night. We don't get exhausted. Someone who knows what the fuck they're doing. We get them the fuck out of there and have a ghost ship. Let that get attacked by the Kraken. And then that's again, we find out where the fuck this thing is. If it's in the Kraken's stomach, great. If it's not, that is this distraction of, hey, Kraken, go fuck with that so we can sneak around this way and grab this thing.
We could also do this. Kyle, what do I know about those minnow things? The vicious marrow. Yeah. I would like to know, would Valentine know, and I don't know personally, do they have language? Are they mindless beasts? If they worship a god, does that mean that they can communicate?
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Pretty good. 18 on the dice, plus 4. 22. And you know what? Just because I got that feature now, I'm going to burn my Peerless skill thing for a Bardic, just to really pump it. So, a fucking 1 after all that hype. It's a 25 total.
With a 25, you imagine
23.
They definitely have some kind of language, likely not common, but probably some form of the Aquan version of Primordial at the very least, or potentially there will be a way to communicate with them. They are semi-sentient in some capacity, maybe not fully intelligent in standard common ways, but they are a hybrid, if a demented, corrupted, tormented one of a human, almost like Triton, just corrupted.
So if they worship this thing like a god, and we know that they kind of speak some language, in Hondo you just said your Triton language, Primordial, maybe similar. What if, and we have ways to talk to people, tongues with Ethereus. What if we started kidnapping them or looking for some and asking them more about this Kraken, getting more info? Where do you leave tributes to this? Where do you leave items? Do they keep other things there? Try and get a bead on, does this thing have a place where you throw loot? Does this thing keep it on its person? Just try and get more and more info. And from there, continue to build our plan.
I like the kidnapping idea.
I thought you would, pal. I thought you would.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure that we're actually going to have to try that fucking hard. Apparently, they patrol these areas to try to protect the Kraken anyway. Might end up lucking into them trying to fuck with us and realizing very quickly that that's a bad idea.
And who knows what we can do out there? Some gods are worshipped out of love. Some gods are worshipped out of fear. Perhaps these people are looking to kill their god if they could. If there was a way to replace their god, if we could get them on our side. We won't know until we get there. But for next steps, I like the idea of assembling crews. We could go back to Verdantia, or we could teleport. I mean, we can teleport anywhere. Circles now. Arendelle, Verdantia. See about getting some crews, see who's interested. Then make a trek to one of these isles, the Northwest Isle. See along the way if we can get some more intel from one of these marrow folk. Before we set out, see if we can somehow trap a ship, like your ghost ship idea, Mary. If we can designate, even if it's the Black Parade, RIP Black Parade, but put it with something poisonous, put it with something magical, and lure it into our whirlpool of death, basically.
The question is, how long is it going to take to sail there from Arendelle? It's going to be pretty fucking long. Remember last time we went through the Northwind, it wasn't even winter, and we were busting up ice to get through there. It took fucking forever. Wolves attacked us. That almost killed us. Do you remember when wolves attacking us almost killed us?
Fondly. Yeah.
So I'm wondering if there's another port that's closer, we might have to depart from there instead.
We got coin though, like even if we can hire arcane casters to help with the speed of a ship, like who knows what's out there depending on the price. Hondo's flush with cash. You just spent 30 gold on a fucking island dinner.
We do have, speaking of Hondo, we now do have maybe not direct contacts, but we at least have an area where we know a lot of selfish pirates live. Who
they're looking for a new
shit.
pirate king.
You mean Gambino has his inner crew, but there seemed to be a hell of a lot of people who just kind of hung around Castirian, from what I remember. Dumbass pirates could be a good fucking crew. They're used to dealing with all sorts of shit. It's a question of being able to convince them with some kind of reward. Is it big enough?
Finders keepers.
If you want, before just while we're talking distances and travel, if Hondo or Gord, those of you who are sailors, pirates in background, who have proficiency in navigation, if you want to try and using the positioning of like Maztica, the southern tip of Maztica, you said a day or two shy of there. If you want to try and make a navigator's check to get a rough idea of how far the distance to that would be, so you give you guys some numbers. Hondo and Gord, you guys could both make, it would be a survival if you have proficiency in survival, or just a wisdom check plus proficiency bonus. That's very good. Hondo rolled an 18 on the die, and Gord, you can do the same.
And my survival is 4.
Plus
Rolled survival and got 18.
Okay. So 22 plus, proficiency for Kev of 5, 27 and 18. Both of you, and Gord, you are very familiar with the southern reaches of Maztica. And Hondo, you just know the seas very, very well. And especially in that area, that would have been your early adventuring and sailing career, kind of leaving home and leaving everything behind. And you would have set sail in this kind of region. Both of you have a pretty good idea. Even though this map isn't to scale in any way, using the positioning of Maztica less a day or two, you both get a pretty strong idea that to go from anywhere along the East Coast, i.e. Verdantia or Rogue Point, you're looking at about 6 to 7 days of sailing, weather dependent, obviously, to reach what would be like the outer ring of the Seafarer's End area. If you're to go from Castirian or Arendelle, you're looking more at 10 to 12 days. Obviously weather dependent there as well, as you've just got to kind of come up, and basically either from the south or from the north, you got to come up and meet the point where you're going up to Seafarer's End, whereas from Verdantia, Rogue Point, it would be more of like a straight shot out. If you're going to go from Castirian or Arendelle, you got to add a couple extra days. So 6 to 7 days from Verdantia, Rogue Point, or 10 to 12 days from Castirian / Arendelle to Seafarer's End.
We don't have the time to go from Arendelle.
I mean, you have the time. It just starts cutting things close.
That's what I mean. Like
That's also like straight sailing. Like if there are ways that you guys can try and expedite, obviously there's ways to do it. Certain days will get you, good sailing days will get you more speed. There's other ways that you can try and boost it. They're not many, but you can try and get it closer to that 10-day rather than 12-day, or 6-day rather than 7 days.
Hondo, how much would it cost to rent a, you know what, it'd be pretty much buy, because it's not coming back, a warship?
They don't have to know that though.
Well, we could get a piece of shit one if it's the one we want to blow up.
I feel like getting a piece of shit
ours.
one just means we're not going to get where we want to go. Let's go medium.
Well, I think it would be around 3,000 gold. We could get it.
More?
Oh,
I
yeah.
know people.
Oh no.
I'd say you could get an okay price on it in theory, but let me pull up the specifics.
I think we're hiring a crew though. We don't need to buy it.
We could rent a ship that comes with a crew.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can hire a crew with their own
Oh, for
ship.
sure. But their ship is getting fucking murdered.
Oh,
That's up to them though. That's up to them.
You don't tell them that.
Do you want to be a legend? Do you want to be the people who killed the gaping maw?
I
And
do not give a
Mm-mm.
shit about that.
we let
What's
them
it called?
keep,
Ravenous.
Ravenous, damn it.
we let them keep the
Yes.
Kraken
Any
body.
treasure. Sure. Any treasure you want except the relics. That's ours.
Yeah, the Kraken body will be worth a lot to the
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck
Right.
yeah. Monster hunters, treasure hunters.
So I always
I mean,
forget
we could
what it
also
is.
just promise them, I like the Black Parade, but if all else fails, we get back, you can
They're
have
not
that
going
one.
to give a shit about the Black Parade. I think we got to take the Black Parade with us as our dummy ship.
Okay, sorry, I have the information. To buy a warship outright is about 25,000 gold. To get a sailing ship is about 10,000.
Is
To get a galley is about 30,000.
oh fuck me!
You can get a rowboat for 50 gold.
It's more than
There you
Honda's
go.
dinner.
Yeah, just tow a rowboat. Hondo can tow a rowboat for us
Yeah, I could.
for 2 months to get there.
That's a bit much.
So buying one is a little out of your price range.
Yeah. I
Do you have
wonder-
one?
We do, just getting it there. I'm trying to think if there's a way to, like, I wish we could just, you know, there's ships in a bottle, like put it in a fucking bottle and teleport it somewhere a little bit closer and then try to do that. But I don't know shit about magic, but that seems like a lot. That seems like something outside of our capabilities.
I can't do that right now.
I don't know that anyone can do. I mean, I'm sure fucking Mordenkainen could, but outside of that, trying to find a way to save us a little bit of time, because we're going to be cutting it close to Hell round 4. Maybe the 4th time.
Like we also
Fifth
have
time.
crazy magic. We also have crazy magic. Like we have this gate gem compass thing that like opens up. I've seen it like open up a path to, I don't know if it's Carval's laboratory or to like hell. Like we've seen gates open before. What if we utilize this kind of stuff during the fight? I say
I mean, if all else
Let's-
fails, we can get a crew to get us to the outer ring,
done.
right? Maybe that's step 1. Who's crazy enough to take us kind of close to where a Kraken lives? Not even to exactly where a Kraken lives. I mean, it's pretty fucking close. To the doorstep and drop us off is step 1. I like to fill the ship with some kind of crazy ass magic or explosives and then blow it up.
Mhm,
That seems like a lot of fucking fun. Timing wise and logistics wise, we may or may not be able to make that happen, but I think we need to think a little stronger
So
on
maybe
that.
we use a rowboat.
Doesn't seem super intimidating, but we can try.
Just 30 gold. If it gets swallowed, it'll do the trick. We do
What about a
something to it.
really big illusion around a rowboat to make it look like a real big boat?
My illusions.
Anyone
are
have that?
Not that big. Nah.
Does anyone
me.
have one of those fancy ass scrolls that might help us do that?
No,
Could
we
we
can try and
get
find
one?
one.
It's
Try
fine.
and find one.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a nice dinner here tonight? Beautiful, vibrant, a little rough around the edges, but then she warmed up to us. Luciana, see if Hondo seals the deal in this one bedroom place. Very awkward for the rest of us. Don't know.
I mean, the last time we had a beach party, Hondo absolutely left heirs. I think we all agreed on that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did well.
Something about him and beach parties.
And then in the morning, we could head back to Verdancia and start inquiring about a crew. Does that sound good?
Next steps. Makes sense.
Next steps.
All right. You guys make your way back from the beach to Isolde. Still have a little bit of time to kill before this.
Why don't we
feast.
hang on the beach for a bit? Let's relax a bit, try and hang out.
Whenever sun begins to grow low and you begin to grow hungry, you return, and there is a small village like barbecue underway. Essentially, everyone is out. It's a big to do. You guys are the centerpieces of it, and the meal is okay. It's all right. But
I didn't expect a lot. It's very last minute.
Really nice atmosphere. There's there's a big bonfire. There is some rum alongside with this really nice meal, and everyone is just, if any of you indulge them anyways, they're just they're happy to listen to stories. They just want to listen to any of the stories you will tell about your adventuring careers. You are strange creatures to them, but they're fascinated by you. If you indulge, they will listen.
Hell yeah, always. I use minor illusion to really add to the spice of the stories.
There's a couple of kids. There's not many, but they go wild for it. Passive perception. Yeah, Gord, Hondo, Val, and Mary at one point anyways. Unfortunately, Allie is also lost in the illusion. You guys see from the little path Oberon kind of stumbling his way down the path and not really fully entering the party, but just kind of hanging back almost at the edge of his path and just kind of sitting down and watching from afar. Not engaging, but he's kind of just sitting and watching. And unless there's anything else, the night comes to an end.
I would have some point just literally tried to bring him a drink and just wordlessly walk away.
He happily accepts the drink.
Just cheers. Ding.
Takes it, swigs it. That's it. With the 30 gold down payment of Hondo for this luscious feast, you're more than welcome to stay within any of the village homes, and they're happy to feed you breakfast as well to stay the evening. It's comfortable, it's warm, it's nice. You're among good-hearted people, if a little sheltered. And the morning comes. What are you guys doing?
That was
Where
nice.
the fuck do we find a crew?
Let's go back to Verdancia.
Does our host know anything about a crew?
We did know this is probably not the best spot for it. Do you want to say goodbye to her, or are you just gonna...
I want to ask her first, do you know where we could find a good crew?
Hondo rolls over in bed.
She doesnn't come up with any answers for you, and really these people are heavily isolated on this island. This is all they know. They barely even make it to the mainland to do trade. They pretty much survive off the land here through fishing and through harvesting of fruit and stuff on the island, and just kind of focus on doing their own thing. For no particular reason, there doesn't seem to be animosity. It literally seems like it's just a hassle to go to the mainland, and it's just not worth it. So they just don't bother. And unfortunately, they just don't know enough about Verdancia or the surrounding areas to say yeah, I know Bob. He's got a boat. But you have probably a good shot of Verdancia being, its port is not as big as Arendelle, but ships are ships, and they'll have crew, and people do almost anything for coin.
Okay, so before we leave, I'm gonna go into like the main area of the island, like the square.
Yeah, village square. Sure.
Oh boy.
And I'm gonna yell, "People, we are about to embark on a quest for the Kraken. Join us and bring purpose to your measly lives, or regret it forever." And then I will lay a firecracker on the ground.
Smoke ball.
The like three people who are like sitting out on their like porches are just kind of sitting there and just no thanks.
Honda, that took me 3 hours to make. Oh, God damn it.
One with smoke ball gun.
They,
I'll start tracing in the sand with Aetherius, just like watching it.
They do not seem to care for your call to action. They are simple village people not planning on wading into the ocean to fight the deadliest beast of the oceans. Unfortunately, though you made a valiant attempt. Verdantia?
Redencia.
Easily enough. You travel back to the halls of civilization, still bustling as ever. You make your way out. It is a longer trek if you are going to head down to like the port area. Is that the plan? Down by the dock area?
I think so, yeah. Might as well.
So you take a different path than to walk the main thoroughfare towards kind of the manors and the noble district where your family grew up. And you kind of almost take the same path you took yesterday to go to the village. And rather than continue along the coast, you keep close to the edge of the city and kind of head down the edge of the cliffside where there is a well-maintained path down, these stairs down that lead down to this kind of small cove dockyard area. It's not Arendelle level. There are 3 like docks themselves. And you can see there's almost like a warehouse like structure built into the side of the cliffside. It's also not massive, but you can see people are out and about doing their business. There's small ships and boats that are kind of taking off and pulling into dock. But there are 2 ships of note. One is this kind of sleek looking sailing ship. The other is seemingly like kind of a bigger, slower looking merchant vessel possibly, or almost like a cargo ship. Like it's unloading like large boxes and like there's a bunch of guys working on it. You don't see any activity over by this kind of sleeker sailing ship, but you do see a figure sitting out on the docks kind of beside the plank that connects the ship to the dock itself.
Approach that guy. I got this.
From a distance, you can see red skin, vibrant red skin, open shirt, and like very light, like almost silk cloth. Like you can see it's like well made and somewhat expensive. It's rather nice. These kind of tall, long leather boots with the cuffs. A clear tiefling origin of this figure, like the black horns and very devilish in nature. They're sitting on the docks with basically like a curved metal shield in their lap, just sunning themselves at the foot of this gangplank.
Oh, there. Excuse me.
Hello. Can I help you?
Yeah, my name's Valentine Fleurwild. These are my friends. It's Hondo, Mary, Brawley, Gord.
Hello. You're looking to... This is the wave cutter. You're looking to take it out for a little jaunt?
Wave cutter. We are intrigued about the possibility. You work on the ship?
I do, in fact. I'm the first mate. Arrakis.
Oh. Baracus?
Arrakis.
Arrakis, cool.
I have been sailing on this ship for quite some time. You all seemed a lot to like to take in an afternoon of sailing, taking in the sun, seeing the sights. Not an expensive day.
Less taken in the sights, more adventure.
Oh, so those types. It's interesting. What kind of adventure are we talking about?
Kind of need a shield like that for.
Make a persuasion check.
And that one. Wish it wasn't.
He kind of spins the shield around and says, "Oh, hopefully not this shield. This hasn't seen any combat. Look, I don't know if any combat is in our future here. More than happy to take you out for a day. You don't spark me as the just day trip type, though, now that I'm really getting a look at you. A lot of blades, kind of all over the place, actually."
Yeah, and these are just the ones you can see.
Cool.
How many people can ride in your ship?
Easy 20 or so.
This boat look like the kind that you rent when you are in a tourist place and they're like, "Who wants to sail around the bay?" Or does it look like a boat that's like seen some shit?
Make a perception check.
It's dirty 20.
It's a sailing ship, so it is a little sleeker. It's faster looking already, like just the design. It's not quite as big as the Black Parade. It's a little smaller, but it seems to be made for speed. But what you can tell pretty quickly is there's some fairly impressive weaponry on board. You can see like there's a mangonel at the front on the forecastle of the ship, and on the quarter deck you can see a really impressive looking ballista. Like, looks actually pretty advanced and like pretty strong for a guy who's just like kind of cavalier and like not really speaking to combat. You also, with that, can see like there are a couple of other people on board. You can see like a human man going past, and with this half elf figure beside them. There's a handful of people still on board, as this tiefling is kind of giving you guys all a once over.
Impressive looking ship you have.
She's not bad. I'll tell it to you straight. I think fastest ship in the East Coast.
Really? We're looking for a fast ship.
Is that true or is he bullshitting?
Can I walk around it and investigate it?
Go ahead and make an insight check. Are you going to board and investigate, or just look from the outside?
Oh, I'll board too. Outside and board.
As you go to step up on the gangplank, in a flash, this guy draws a rapier and stops you, and like not to attack you, but to like put it in front of you as like to stop you. What was Mary? Would you roll?
Rolled 27. And then as he does that, oh shit, what should I say specifically? I'll just kind of smile at him and say something to the effect of like, "Oh, and you surely seem capable too," but I want to weave some thieves' cant in there and see what his response is to that as well.
Sure. He doesn't catch your eye as you say this, as he's now focused on like stopping Hondo from like boarding with this rapier. And you gather with your insight check that there's an element of truth there, but you imagine he's embellishing ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
But he believes in enough that this is actually a fast ship. Like in a race, they could come out on top, but you know, to say the fastest ship on the East Coast is a pretty big
It's like everyone's saying
lie.
they have the world's best coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Love that.
As you wind a little bit of that thieves' cant into that, and he's now kind of looking up at Hondo, and his eyes are just kind of these bright yellow, and he's bearing these kind of devilish fangs in this little smile. With this blade, as I say, is not held like at point at you, but just like as a barrier, just to stop. It's just very casual. He looks up at Hondo with a little wink, and looks over at Mary and says, "Perhaps I judged you a little too harshly. You might, in fact, be just who we might fit in with. Why don't you come aboard and speak to our captain? Maybe we'll be able to work out something."
Sounds good. Sounds great.
He draws the rapier back, gives Hondo a tap on the ass with the flat end of it, and then ushers you aboard and follows suit. As you all begin to board, you can see that there are kind of scattered about the deck. You see another 4 or 5 figures. That same human and half-elf figure are kind of making their way around, moving like ropes and things. The tiefling is kind of leading you forward to the front at the forecastle of the ship, almost standing, like leaning against this mangonel, this massive, almost like trebuchet like structure at the forecastle of this ship, just ahead of like the forward mast. You can see this blue-skinned, bald figure wearing this kind of long blue leather sleeveless like jacket. It's like lined and it's kind of like almost like faintly blowing against the breeze. And he turns as Arrakis makes his way forward, and you can see this like sharp, like thick jaw, but like very angular, very, very jocular, of this guy as he turns with no shirt beneath the blue leather jacket, but you can see scars across his chest, this like almost like teal blue skin, and similar colored eyes. He looks with like this at you all and to the bard, the tiefling, sorry. And they have a brief, just like couple of words shared of like, got some people interested here. Maybe give him a once over. And this guy turns and you can see just like this really pretty hefty, muscular looking figure. His racial origins are a little ambiguous, but you imagine there's some kind of genasi, there's some kind of primordial element to him. He looks you all over, up and down, with this kind of thick muscle and stern jaw. You're looking to come aboard. Name's Captain West. What can the Wave Cutter do for you today?
Already a dope guy. We're looking for a specific kind of ship to help us get somewhere about 6-7 days out. Well, for a normal ship, it'd be 6-7 days out.
Well, you can shave a day or so off that with this ship. I'll tell you that for free.
That sounds great to us.
Where exactly are you looking to sail? And why so many blades? You have to be expecting more than just the waves.
We are.
Said.
What was that, Mary?
I just said that's exactly what the last guy said. It's like looking at my swords. Like, is it really that many?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Between you and Hondo, there's enough blades for 14 people.
What kind of ship is this, by the way? Your compatriot here, Arrakis, maybe tried to spin it a little bit like this was just a pleasure craft for a bit, but it guys looks like you're packing more than just pleasure over here.
Well, we do pack a little bit more than pleasure just on this ship. It's one of the fastest ships you're going to find in these parts. And I'll be honest, you're not the typical type that we try and get for this, but this place is pretty good for high-paying clientele who just want a day out on the sea. It's easy work for my men. We make some coin. We do a couple of laps around and come home. And they'll pay. You know,
tourists are even easy marks.
Exactly. Tourists, and honestly, even just this place, a day trip to them is 50, 60 gold. A year's work for some people. We'll capitalize on that. But it's not exactly what we want to, what we'd like to do. Now, we're no pirates, I'll put that out straight. But we get our hands a little bit.
Privateers of sort.
Oh, I rolled my min. 1 second. I don't remember what that is anymore. It's higher than it used to be. 19.
No pirates, but as he finishes saying, we're no pirates, but we do work for coin, you can see there's that gray line that you want. They're not against it, but like, not all pirates are quite as lovable as Hondo and Gord.
Even then. That's kind of what we're looking for. First off, people who like coin and opportunity, and second off, people who can handle themselves and are looking for maybe a little more than a day trip.
We got some capable hands on this board, myself included. Arrakis, of course, pretty good with that blade, though looking amongst yourselves, you might take him a run for his money. You say 6-7 days out. Where exactly?
We want to go to the ruins of Evermeet.
Where's that?
Specifically. We want to go to the North Islands. I'll just unfurl the map.
Okay. He starts looking over the map, and Arrakis just starts like kind of chuckling and laughing. And says,
this island.
Sure. Are you treasure hunters then?
Nope.
Well, not many people go to Seafarer's End for any good reason.
We certainly aren't going there for a good reason.
Unfortunately, it's a necessary one.
At this, Captain West kind of raises an eyebrow and says, well, just to this North Island.
We want to go to this North Island. I want to do some reconnaissance here. We're not treasure hunters, per se, but there are things in this area, important things, that we long to discover, to find out more about along the way. For certain people as capable as you guys, if we were to uncover treasure, loot, other ships, anything that you really desired, by all means, we'd be more than happy to help out in acquiring said pieces and leaving you all the spoils. We're really only after a couple specific things that might lie out in the waters there.
I'll be honest, it's a lot more words than just saying we're treasure hunters for the same meaning. But you know what? Doesn't really matter to me.
How about treasure hunters that don't care about the gold part of it?
That's confusing. However, I'm not against it. Just wanted to be upfront. If you're just looking for treasure, there's no problem here. It's just these waters can be treacherous. And if you're coming to us with such shady words and tactics, you have a rough idea as to its history. And the history of the creature that is rumored to slumber there. I'm not against sailing near. And if you're talking coin to be made, and if you think there's something worth getting there that you're willing to share amongst my crew, I'd be amiable to that.
That's what we're looking for.
Right on. Well, when do you plan to set sail?
How's today?
We're ready.
Quick. What time is today out of game? Because we 100% need to be able to get potions. And I wouldn't mind out of game if we're going to try to go through like either a fucking rowboat or a fake ship or something. If we can try to track down like a major image scroll or like something else that might help in a plan.
You have 2 scrolls of water breathing that you have to pick up tomorrow as well.
We have to pick those up anyway tomorrow. Yeah. We're going to need those. There's no way we're not going to need those.
Today is the 35th of Moradin, just so we're all aware.
Today's the 36th of Moradin.
We
Oh,
need,
it's been 2
you
days
guys slept.
Fuck.
Yeah.
we need our ship to blow up.
We're not going to be able to get it there in time, is the problem.
You could manage
A barge.
You could manage an explosion with the cask you have on a small ship, but You need more of those explosive vials, maybe, and the keg. You need more.
I'm just thinking of it as some kind of distraction more than anything else. Like, if we were, perfect scenario, even if it is a fucking rowboat full of, like, a couple explosives and something else, who knows, with some kind of either, like, a major image or something to make it look like it's a lot more intimidating, or something that could be some kind of distraction. We don't know exactly what we're going to get into until we get there. But if we're going to go with, we know we won't be able to get the Black Parade there on time. Unfortunately, it's just not going to happen. It would be fucking cool as shit. And we're definitely not going to be able to explode this boat, with good conscience.
What
regardless.
What if we left tomorrow? We go back tonight to Verdancia. In the morning, swing by the black market, see Jinx, pick up our water breathing. Telly here, go meet up with these guys on the wave cutter, and then set sail. I was a little eager, as you can tell. I kind of speak before I think most times. What about tomorrow? Say past midday.
Just as good. If you set down a retainer for our services, we'll hold until you say. I'll be honest, the retainer will be a little bit more costly, given that we are well aware of now where it is you intend to go and the likelihood of some kind of bloodshed along the way.
Sure. What are you looking at?
I'd say 150 gold to start, and then our standard rate of 5 silver per mile.
Okay. Done. Here's 150. I'll just give it right from my pocket.
He puts this thick hand out, and you can see calluses all like burned into his mitts, these monsters' hands, as he puts his hand up to shake yours.
My delicate, very uncalloused hand into his.
He just cracks it ever so slightly, this big, heavy, crushing handshake, but with a wide smile and a grin and his wide jaw. He accepts your gold and quickly hands it off to Arrakis, who like immediately kind of stuffs it down into his pockets. He says, "Then we have an accord. We'll be here. We're yours for the foreseeable future. A couple of days of fun travel ahead of us." How many? Just the 5 of you?
5 of us. Maybe one creature. I have to talk about whether one other creature comes with us or not.
That's very vague. But we have the room.
Okay. Yeah, then I guess we have the rest of today and tomorrow to get our shit together before we do this.
Sounds good. I will prepare my men and we'll be set to sail. We'll be set to sail in the morning. We're set to sail now, but we'll be set to sail in the morning and we'll wait your arrival.
Sounds great. What was your name? Did we catch it? I'm so sorry. Captain West. Captain West. Gotcha.
He gathers your names quickly. You've already paid, so it doesn't matter. And very quickly, West and Arrakis are happy to answer any questions that you have. Otherwise, what we'll do is just jump forward in time. What do you guys, you're going to go back to Arendelle, and basically what Scott just kind of outlined in the plan. Back to Arendelle, pick up the Scrolls of Water Breathing in the morning. What else you want to try and accomplish before
Potions,
returning
for
to
sure.
the ship? Okay.
Definitely some kind of potions. What else could we potentially use against giant kraken? When Hondo did research on a kraken to try to distract Uth, but the research still happened, we didn't learn anything about like what it's potentially either vulnerable or immune to.
He did learn a little bit about its ability to like channel lightning through
Right.
its form and through the water. So you
Thanks.
have some kind of imagination that there could be some resistance, if not immunity.
So
to
Storm
lightning.
Crag probably might not be the best option. But outside of that,
But it's got a lot more in its kit than
Yeah.
lightning.
Yeah.
It is you would have learned because it was more like anatomy. So like you learn it's a gargantuan creature. It is literally monstrous. You would have learned, obviously, bites, swallows, multiple tentacles, like humongous tentacles. It has great reach. It's clearly a great swimmer. Very physically monstrous. And you've learned today that it is also incredibly intelligent.
Oh, God. Fuck me.
is there anything that like anyone can think of that might help us swim faster? In terms of magic or anything like that? Because I mean, obviously Kevin has a swim speed, but none of the rest of us do. I'm trying to think of.
Literally like turning Fern into some sort of sea creature. And then just hitching right on him as a mount.
An armor, what was it called? Something movement? I know there's a spell.
Freedom of movement.
Freedom of movement? That probably wouldn't work for.
Freedom of
Got that.
movement. Your movement is unaffected by difficult terrain. Finally, being underwater poses no penalties to movement or attacks. So being underwater with freedom of
Concentration,
movement.
though.
Nope.
Really?
Nope, it's just an hour.
No one has that spell, though.
No one has. It's a 4th level spell.
Hmm.
So yeah, keeping in mind, let me just pull up the specifics. This is getting ahead of ourselves, but something to like keep in mind. Vision and encounter distance underwater depends on the amount of light you have and the conditions. So you have at best 60 feet in these kinds of conditions. You're never going to have anything more than that. If you're in like crystal blue, no storms, no waves, you might have longer than that, but 60 feet is the maximum, but down to 10 feet if it's dim or dark light in murky waters that are being churned. You could have vision issues. Combat,
Like from a never-ending storm that like a kraken could summon.
certainly something to
like
that effect.
Sure.
Weather obviously is going to be heavily impacting
God.
your travel. That also impacts your navigation, keeping yourselves on track, keeping your pace, conditions, and exhaustion of dealing in it. There are obviously hazards to be concerned about at sea. Multiple different navigation checks, and they will be relying on you for navigation, given the fact that you have the map and you'll be basically calling the shots. But you guys have 2 pirates and 2 proficient sailors in your party. Underwater combat, when you make a melee weapon attack, a creature that does not have a swimming speed, either naturally or granted by magic, has disadvantage on attack rolls unless the weapon is a dagger, javelin, short sword, spear, or trident. Let's keep that in mind.
So Storm Crag is a spear?
Stormcrag's a javelin, dealing lightning damage. A ranged weapon attack automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range, even if you're a sharpshooter. Even against a target within normal range, the attack roll has disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, net, or weapon that is thrown like a javelin, spear, trident, or dart. So you have
What about dagger?
disadvantage.
No?
Dagger on thrown, I'd be okay with dagger at its normal range, so 20 feet.
Okay. Whisper. So at least we have Whisper could be thrown.
Creatures and objects that are fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage. So you have resistance against fire damage, but so would
So does it.
other creatures. And unless aided by magic, a creature can swim for 8 hours a day. But after each hour, you'll be making con saves or gain levels of exhaustion. And swimming at great depths 100 feet counts as 2 hours for the purposes of determining exhaustion. It gets a lot harder the deeper you go.
Sounds like a lot. I'm trying to think, is there anything else we know of? Maybe we can just see what's randomly at the potion shop. Is there anything interesting that we could be like, that'd be cool?
Well, freedom of movement could be good if we could get that. Or else you're going to have disadvantage on everything.
I'm going to have disadvantage on anything no matter what.
But if you got freedom of movement, then I don't think you would.
Freedom of movement would I think, nullify the penalties. And like the key was having a swim speed should nullify like a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. What kind of stuff would be at the potion shop, Kyle?
Let's see. So you guys are going to Arendelle. You guys can you purchased the spell recovery, so that's gone, and you purchased max power, so that's gone. Mm-hmm. They do have 2 potions of water breathing. Probably smart.
Yeah, I mean,
explosive potion.
They have a potion of lightning resistance, a potion of fire resistance.
Oh, that'd be useful.
5 regular healing. No, sorry, 3 regular healing, and 2 greater healing. No, sorry, I apologize. You guys bought the 2 greater the last time, not 2 of the regular. So 5 regular healing and 1 superior healing.
Can we get some price checks? Like, what are those regulars cost?
Yeah, so 50 gold a piece for the regulars. So you're looking at 250 for all 5. The superior is 500 gold. The fire and lightning resistance are 450, and the water breathing are 200 apiece.
And that's only a 1-person thing?
Yes, single use, but I think the potion is not the full 8-hour situation. You have 1 hour with the potion.
Oh, jeez. Guess it's better than drowning.
Yeah, it's like a last-ditch effort thing if something happens.
You need a little extra time, or you don't want to burn one of your water breathings earlier while you have to do something else. It gives someone other than Hondo the ability to travel underwater.
We learned that lightning might be a good idea. I just looked. I don't have any potions left. I thought I might have, but I must have used it.
Let's buy all 5 of those regulars.
Okay. 250.
Does that feel okay, guys? Like, why not?
Yeah, fuck it. May as well. If they don't get used, we just use them another time.
So that was 250?
250 for all those. I'm going to mark them off.
Taking this from party funds. So that would be 9, 8. Okay. Let me adjust my settings here. This is now for 10:02. Why don't we just fucking buy the water breathing potions too?
You want both?
Why not?
Okay.
What if we start drowning?
400.
Fuck, it's expensive. Okay, 980. Subtract that is 5.
There's a lot of stuff. They're like, hey, we're buying you out completely. Now you have no inventory, which probably isn't appealing, but can we get a deal?
5 regular potions times 2 water breathing.
I should preface this. This is already also giving you a deal based on your connections with Alexander.
Gotcha. Cool.
You want
Hondo
the
also
original
has
prices. They are pretty much
Hondo
twice.
also Hondo has the fire genasi lantern. Just
Free.
always remember he has that. The lamp.
Underwater though.
I'm just saying if
A
you wanted
wish
to
doesn't
summon,
matter where you are.
Yeah,
Oh,
wanted to summon a fire genasi to help fight a fucking kraken.
We just learned that it has resistance to its fire.
So
It's
a wish
still an
though
extra
could do anything.
combatant.
So
Yeah,
the
an
wishes,
extra
the
combatant.
wishes, yeah. We also now the
Interesting.
giant spiders aren't gonna work.
I'll throw my giant spiders out. What about the lightning resistance? You on it?
If we did learn that it has some kind of lightning attack, which I legitimately thought Kevin was just bullshitting when he said that, and then it turned out to be true.
We have 580 coins left. Let's just spend them now. So I'll take that. So that's 450. So
Do you have enough for all this?
yeah, we also have gems too. Like, guys, we have a lot of money. We might not have a lot after this, but who knows what the Kraken has.
Keep in mind as well, I mean, you did make a point of saying like you're going to pay these guys as well when they
Yeah, I know.
in treasure that you're probably going to find, but the cost that they quoted you is 150 up front, what you paid.
Yep.
And then 5 silver per mile. That is looking at no, I did that wrong. Sorry. It's a little cheaper. No, that's right. You're looking at about 60 gold a day.
And it's around a week. Ish. Depending on how things go. So, Kevin, what's 60 times 7?
Pardon?
60
420.
times 7. Okay.
Is it?
Yep.
Come on, fast math. Where you at? Oh God, I'm amazing.
420.
I'm a scientist.
I miss making Kevin do everyone's math, where it's like, Kevin,
know.
this is what I rolled in the dice. What is it?
I miss Brock saying, "Come on, Harry Potter, do your math."
Did you buy the lightning resistance?
Did yeah.
So there's one superior for 500 gold left and one fire resistance for 450. That's it.
So we have 130 party golden coins left. We have in gems 5,490 from our
Yeah.
dragon horde.
To me, doesn't matter.
Yeah, so we're good to pay these guys. And I also have 3 grand in my own funds, almost 4 because I never buy anything. So we're good. Like we're good. Do we want to buy the superior potion?
I mean, we'll have a shit ton with it'll be here in the future if we need it.
How much is the
Now-
superior, Kyle?
500.
A lot.
A superior is 8d4 plus 8.
I'll buy it, and I'll give it to Brawley.
Yeah, this guy is pretty much bought out. You're closing down the Devil's Apothecary.
He's like, please, no more.
Oh, he's happy. He's just made like 1650.
Superior potion.
Tell him to get working on some other shit because I'm sure we're gonna need more.
How much is Kyle the how many d8s is the superior or d4s? 8 d4?
D4 plus 8.
Cool. Yeah, like these regular potions are great to just pop us back up, but like we need something that like a Mary or a Brawley can actually not get one-shotted right after taking it. So
Anything else we need while we're in town?
I think that's it.
Yeah, so you
You don't want to
have
look for any kind of scrolls or anything?
We could ask them. It's just if they have to procure another scroll, it's going to take
I know,
a while.
we're not going to have time. If
So the
it's coming
thing
this
was-
quicker.
the thing was you can get them from Rabbit and Jinx, but it was a couple of days to acquire. Water breathing is a relatively standard one, so it was like a pretty easy one to acquire.
Easier to get.
And you guys got 2 of them. You could go and like, if you wanted to, try and pop into the college and see if they have anything that they'd be willing to part with. If you had anything specific you wanted to try, we can go for a couple of rolls there. And there is a shop in Arendelle that you had been to way earlier called Odd Reads, where you had Audrey scry for you way back. She has some, but they're mostly based in divination. Some scrolls. And they're
What about like a scroll of explosive glyph? Whatever
like
that
glyph
spell
of
is.
warding.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Big spell. Hey, what the scrying base? I know it's not exactly the same. We should probably could just get like a generic like message scroll. So we have it
Like sending?
at some point. Maybe not necessarily today. Sending that message.
Hmm.
Right. Because
I mean-
as if we know, we, for example, have no way to contact Gambino if we decide we want to.
Anyone really? What about that glyph one? Did you see anything there, Kyle?
That would require more time than you have
Okay.
to acquire.
What about a scroll of sending?
That you could acquire? You could get one scroll of sending as like
Let's do that.
from your friends in the
college?
college. They'd be willing
So we
to
have it. The amount of times we've been like, oh shit,
go ahead and
can't
roll
contact so and so.
straight persuasion, Scott. If you beat 20,
8 plus 15. Yeah, I do.
they'll give you 2.
Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Do they want coin for it, or are they just generous?
No, they're
That's
being
nice.
you guys helped do a bunch of stuff that's, anything above something like that, like ascending and even water breathing, like that's stuff that is relatively easy. It still takes a significant amount of time. It's like a week's work for someone to constantly make up, but it's like 500 gold. It's not that big a deal. Once you get up into 4th and beyond scrolls, then it gets pricey, and it gets like they're gonna have to ask for like it's gonna take us a couple of weeks and a lot of money. So
A couple other things before we go to bed. Scott, do we want to do anything? It's up to you. Either scrying or using Aetherius for legend lore. 2, if we're already going to the college, is there anything we want to research in the giant ass library that's there for at least a couple hours that might help us on this? Maybe if we research like the marrow, like if we can learn more about them. I don't know. And again, Kyle, it's not like you have to like give us that information tonight. Like we could figure out what that is next week.
What about like you picking up a crossbow or something like that? Like some sort of underwater weapon. I know it wouldn't be your magic blades, but like something you could use underwater.
I did have a crossbow that I tore apart to make a grappling hook out of.
you could
But yeah,
easily
you're
get
right.
one.
Having a crossbow might not be a bad idea because my bow is going to be useless, essentially.
Gord and I have like Eldritch Blast for range, so that should be okay for us. Brawley's got Stormcrag, Javelin, Hondo can move
Although-
underwater, so he's not contained by that.
How much do you want to bet that a Kraken absolutely has either magical, like resistance to non-magical weapons, or just immunity to non-magical weapons?
I bet it does, but I'm thinking
Plus
the marrows.
Arrows. Yeah, that's true. The other stuff.
Yeah,
Kyle,
you could
what's
look
the
pretty
difference-
dope wielding a fucking trident. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
What is the difference between the crossbows again?
So a heavy crossbow is a D10 piercing, but it has to be basically loaded. Use an action to load, bonus action. Wait, hold on. Because of this, you can fire only one piece of ammunition from it when you use an action, bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks. Okay. So regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make, you can only fire once with a heavy crossbow.
Okay, fuck that. What about a light crossbow?
Because of the time required to load this weapon, you can fire only one piece of ammunition from it when you use an action, bonus action, or reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. So I think it's the same.
Oh, that's shitty. What about a hand crossbow?
That is shitty. Hand crossbow says the same, but I'm gonna say hand crossbow shouldn't say that because it's stupid. It's a hand crossbow.
Repeating hand crossbow. We'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out. Yeah, that's something we can
Let
do
me
after
know.
the fact.
Okay.
Even for legend lore, let's not do it tonight. I could think of something, and maybe Kyle tell you for next game. Hey, could we have researched this or something like that?
Most of the things like your legend lores would be to legend lore the relics, but at this point you have a pretty good idea
Yeah, beat
about
on
the
them.
relics. You could do the Ravenous Maw itself and get an idea of like the creature.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Either that or we could do the, I guess we could do this any day, any night, because it's going to take multiple days too, like the actual island. before it sunk. But
I think I would do Ravenous Monk because I am curious. It said we heard a rumor that the Tritons brought it here or unlocked it. Some people say it's been here all along. This only sounds like one of them. It's super intelligent. What does this Kraken want? Does it even want to be here? Could it be reasoned with to try and get it somewhere else? If it comes from like the elemental plane of water or something like that, like maybe it doesn't want to be here. Maybe there's a way we can aid the Kraken to get out of here.
Okay. I'll say that I'll give you that information for the next game.
Perfect.
And that'll be like one of your last actions for the night. It's just quickly like get some more information, as much as you can, about this Kraken. But we'll say you're able to pick up all of the stuff from Arendelle, return to Verdantia with scrolls of water breathing, tons of potions, your fancy glasses.
Yes.
And
Fan art at Hexplorers DnD. Fancy glasses fan art. Thank you.
I think that's it. I think that's everything. So yeah, on the 37th of Morden, you set sail to find the Kraken.
To our deaths.
And we'll pick up it next time.
Let's fucking go.
Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards set sail for Seafarer's End in their long-anticipated meeting with the Kraken. There'll be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.